Hey everyone. Welcome back for the second part of What If Naruto Fused with Spiral Zetsu. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 6. Union. That tickles, Ahi-chan. It would seem you aren't as invincible as I thought, the purple-haired girl smiled. Her light green eyes had a mischievous glimmer which Naruto had never expected to see in the solemn girl. I'm not invincible. Heck, if I hadn't been weak, I wouldn't even have been here, Naruto smiled. So call me lucky for being weak. He turned towards the girl who was snuggling up to him. She had caught him by surprise with her first kiss, and since then had kept the momentum. He hadn't even gotten a good chance to think about what they were doing. Or perhaps it was the kisses and the close contact of the girl that blanked out his ability to think straight. Naruto didn't know. And he had to admit he didn't care either. He enjoyed this too much to want to second guess it. People truly were too passionate. You've never been weak, Kunomori-kun, she smiled. After she had kissed him, she had pretty much started living in his place, as far as he had not already done so. It wasn't like she had anyone waiting for her in her apartment anyway. Rather than be lonely, she preferred staying at his side, sleeping in the same bed, waking up in each other's arms, just like this morning. I felt that the moment I first saw you. And during these past months, you've only grown stronger and stronger. You're like Kami-sama and Tenchi-sama, only more like me. Well, an advantage of the wood release is that it forces me to keep being down to earth, Naruto joked, washing away the feeling of guilt he felt every time she uttered his fake name. Besides, I'm too ignorant of the world to be anything like Konan and Pain. Or you, for that fact. You've got more wisdom in one of your fingers than I have in my entire scarred body. Flatterer. I'm not. Just stating the truth. I'd almost believe you. She kissed him on his cheek. Almost. Cheeky as ever. That's my Ahi-chan, Naruto chuckled. How did you get these? Her fingers traced the 6 scar-like marks on his face. They looked like whiskers, and she had quickly discovered that he was rather sensitive on those spots. When I woke up, I had them. Just like my arm and my legs. Well, I suppose I would have been dead if not for Zetsu. I hope I can meet Zetsu-san one day. I have to thank him. Please don't, he felt the joy sipping away. Don't seek him out, Ahi-chan. If people know about us. I don't want you to get in danger because of me. With my Mokuton, it is pretty much a given that Konoha will come after me. And after taking down Yagura and taking their Baijuu, Kirigakura won't be too pleased with me either. And Zetsu uses me as a tool, Ahi-chan. I'm sure that he'd put you in danger just to manipulate me. So avoid him whenever you can. You're so sweet, she buried her face in his chest. But Kami-sama and Tenchi-sama will protect those loyal to them. Unless they want to use me for my bloodline too, Naruto sighed. Was that why she had so suddenly changed? Was she part of some ploy of Pain and Konan? Naruto didn't doubt her feelings to be genuine, but that hesitation about what caused this, it held him back from sharing his real name. He trusted her, more than anyone, but not Pain, not Konan, and she admired them both. Please be careful. I'm not thinking that you're weak, but I know. And it makes me happy to know that you're worried about me. You know, for someone who said he didn't even know what it was to have a friend, you're adapting quite well. One could say I have a good teacher, Ajisai-sensei. She just put her arms around him, enjoying his presence. I always thought I'd end up with some man I barely even know, who I'd have to sleep with out of duty, hoping for the odd chance that we'd even grow close before either of us died in our line of work. Love, happiness, those are things that barely exist in Ame. There's too much violence, too much sadness. Every time she spoke about the burdens which the people of her nation carried, she had that solemn expression. While she had become happier these past few days, that sadness hadn't really changed. What happened? He asked as gently as he could. She tensed up, pressing him even closer to her, and remained silent for a little while. It was night. My family lived to the east. A group of Suna shinobi raided our village. Her voice became a whisper. My father tried to help defend the village. He was just a Jinan, barely being trained. Hanzo didn't bother training those he didn't deem trustworthy. Only those living in Ame received training that gave them a chance to push to the rank and skill level of a Chunin. As a result, it was only a small group, but our forces didn't stand a chance. She paused for a while, and Naruto ruffled her purple hair, awkwardly trying to support her. He had read it in a book, but when he did it he felt rather stupid. How was a person who suffered pain to feel any better from such a gesture? I never knew my mother, she eventually continued. Father said she died shortly after I was born. My older sister pretty much took the task of raising me while Dad took all the jobs he could find in order to feed us. It was my sister who saved me that night. She pushed me down, into the small hiding place we had under the floor of Father's bed. I was 8, I think. My sister was 14. Old enough to be. She hid me, and made sure everything was back in place, so that I couldn't be found. She was barely done when they broke in. My sister. She screamed at first, tried to resist them. But eventually, she stopped screaming, and I only heard the men laugh, groaning while they had their pleasure with her. That's horrible. I was scared. He felt her tears, as she still had her face against his chest. And I was relieved when they stopped. Stop doing that to my sister. The death they granted her was more merciful than what they did up till then. I felt so guilty. I felt disgusted that I was happy her suffering ended, that I was happy she died. It isn't. You couldn't. Hanzo came. He killed them all, Ajisai whispered. But he had little interest in those who survived, leaving us to our fate. It wasn't long after that a group of rebels passed our village. I joined them. Or better said, I followed them. I was too young to really join them as a kunoichi. But Tenchi-sama ordered the men to take me along, saying that orphans needed the aid of Akatsuki just as much as any other. So that is why you are so devoted to Konan, Naruto realized, as well as why she had been so oddly hesitant around him when they first met. It was only after time that she seemed to get used to his presence. What happened to her sister had irreversibly damaged her trust in men. And after what you've been through, I can't blame you either. Small wonder you were so stoic and distant at first. After what those men did, you must have mistrusted. This must be the first time I actually think that losing my memories might be a good thing. I don't need you to have your memories to know that you are a good person. Ajisai's voice broke slightly, but kissed him on his neck. I know that you're a good person now. But I might be from Suna, or from Iwa, or even Konoha. He had felt her tense up, but she didn't falter. Raising her head, she looked into his eyes. Even if you were from Suna, I'd still love you, Kuno Mori-kun. You are nothing like those monsters. She kissed him with a passion that even surpassed their very first kiss. Perhaps it were her emotions, her desperation, or perhaps it was simply that the dozens of kisses had given them both more experience. Practice made perfect. Then again, he only wore his boxers while she wore the long shirt over her underwear that acted as her nightgown, covering her slender body. They were teenagers, inexperienced, but instinct pretty much told them everything they needed to know. Although now he knew why she backed off everything when his arousal became too obvious. Those memories had left her afraid of such forms of intimate contact. He couldn't blame her. Thinking about it, Naruto wondered if he could be assigned to capture Suna's Baijuu, to pay them back for what they did to Ajisai's family. Your target is north, not too far from here. His skill doesn't seem to be relative to his bounty. Zetsu, Kakuzu grumbled. The old bounty hunter was sitting next to a little fire on which he was roasting a deer. Why are you bothering me with something I already know? Then why are you not capturing him? Yeah, why? It would ruin the fun. Chasing desperate prey is part of the hunt. Why are you here? It would seem pain is a rather annoying hindrance. We cannot enter a Mijikura without him noticing us. But we can feel how Naruto is growing stronger. His mastery seems to have improved with a weird speed all of a sudden. So? Don't you miss him? You've traveled quite some time with him. And you didn't even kill him, like everyone else you've worked with. That's because Naruto is more useful than anyone he's ever worked with. True, the brat is capable. His growth has been amusing to witness. As well as his intent to kill me. He vowed he'd kill you. He really didn't take kindly to you beating him up for 2 consecutive years. Or perhaps he had some faint impressions of how he died. But he doesn't like being used as a tool either. True, though that worries me less than the possibility that he remembers things. Yeah, the risk that he might remember what happened is something that threatens you too as well, Kakuzu chuckled darkly. But surely you didn't come out here to waste my time on something as petty as attachments. So cold. So indifferent. Only caring about money. But that isn't how Naruto is. Naruto does care about other people. You've seen it with Guren. He cares about others. Making him weak. Making it easy to manipulate him. You're still wasting my time, Kakuzu glared. We suspect he has grown attached. We think he has a girlfriend. Both Zetsu looked at Kakuzu, mistakenly expecting some kind of response from the man. Pain wants Naruto to be loyal to Ame, and Naruto is of that age. Which might be a glitch in our plans. Yeah, lovesick teenagers are annoying as a wet towel. You're a towel. What is your plan? Kakuzu drawled. You always say you don't trust Pain and Akatsuki, promising war, but Pain offers the same war. He wants war, but he wants it in order to create peace. He intends to create a huge jutsu, one so dangerous that no one will ever dare to wage war again. Peace would be bad for business. And that's why we chose you. You thrive in chaos. Just like we do. That's why we have to keep Naruto free so that the world changes as we want it. And you want me to back you up in that effort? Precisely, Black Zetsu grinned maliciously. We can't afford to lose Naruto to Pain. What is strength? The question seemed to be so simple. Before, he would have answered it by stating it was knowledge of jutsu, controlling vast amounts of chakra, and to be independent and free. But now, life was ever changing. Perspectives once held meant very little. Perhaps that is why all understanding is incomplete. Not knowing everything means that every conclusion drawn is based on inconclusive and incomplete data. The world was a vast place. Just like how no one would be able to comprehend and wield the endless amounts of natural energy, so too was it near impossible to understand the physical manifestations of the world. He knew his view on the world was limited. He could see that through his connection to the nature around him. He was just one single person within this vast world. What is strength? Is it strength if I have more power than any other human? Like Pain? Was Pain truly strong? He seemed to think he could change the world through violence, through amassing such a monstrous power that no one would dare to keep waging wars. But wasn't a peace bought through such an excessive amount of violence and death just a lie? Who was to determine where the weapon would be aimed at? Who had the right to decide who could die and who could live? A god was an entity that stood above normal mortals, elevated and wise, but was Pain such a person? He was human, an extraordinary strong person, yes, but still just a human. He was just as flawed and limited as any other. Who was he to decide the fate of the world? Is it arrogance? He suffered. But Ahi-chan suffered too. Pain killed those related to the one who hurt him, yet Ahi-chan said she'd love me even if I originated from the nation that killed her family. Which of them is wise? Which of the two is God? What is true strength? He knew. Goals born out of pain, only with the aim to bring pain, were fragile. Pain was someone who was driven so deep into the darkness that he thought the entire world was evil. What kind of person could call himself a god, when he didn't even understand humanity? By contrast, Aisi gave without demanding, hoped without ever expecting him to return her feelings, and remained patient even though she didn't understand. I only lived for hunting bounties, never cared about anyone. All I wanted was freedom. To be alone. I've been such a fool. For all my power, for all my knowledge of nature, I never comprehended what it is to be human. Small wonder that Yamanaka woman went so far to survive. What does it matter if something happens to me? Regardless of what I have to endure, I would rather suffer it myself than drag Ahi-chan into it. Is that what strength entails? He extended his senses. Trees, plants, animals, everything was within his grasp. But he knew the trap now. Trying to think that you had any sort of control, it was a mistake. Trying to only see the world around him as a tool that was at his disposal, that was wrong. Mokuton could never be mastered. Thinking that his bloodline gave him the right or ability to master the power of nature was an arrogant notion that only emphasized his own human limitations. Mokuton merely offered him the chance to form a relationship with nature, a mutual bond. How could he ever be part of it, if he thought himself above it? Cold logic only stood in the way of understanding the true abilities of the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. No, Aisi showed him the way. This why his abilities had suddenly changed upon seeing Guren's actions, how she protected him, how she cared about Yukimaru. Emotions, nature was too vast to be comprehended with logic. No human possessed the ability or mind to envelop such an enormous amount of information or knowledge. Trying to grasp something too vast to be grasped would inevitably lead to failure and misunderstanding. And yet all people acted without properly understanding. They loved or hated, irrespective of their capacity to comprehend, but rather out of their heart, their emotions, their subconscious. Mokuton was the expression of life. Cold logic affected the spiritual energy, which in turn was a component of the chakra that empowered his Kekkei Genkai. In retrospect, Naruto realized that Kakuzu was probably the worst possible teacher that he could have had. Perhaps Zetsu simply did not understand Mokuton, just like Madara had failed to understand. Guren had opened his eyes. Ajisai showed him the way. Emotions changed him. Naruto guessed that this was the love of which he had read so much in the books that Zetsu had provided. Love was the progenitor of life. Life was the foundation of Mokuton. In just this short time since Ajisai had surprised him, since she had expressed her admiration and affection, he had learned more from nature than in the many months which he had spent with Kakuzu. Ajisai couldn't help but smile as she looked at her boyfriend. Well, she hadn't actually asked him if he wanted to be her boyfriend, but then again. He was cute when he was flustered, even cuter when clueless. Although, now that she could see the red pigmentation around his eyes, lines which extended all the way from his eyes to his ears, she wondered if he really was clueless. At first, he had struggled to only get that single dot on his forehead, but in the past few days he had improved drastically. The dot on his forehead had gotten a ring around it, and the same color of pigmentation had grown around his eyes. She couldn't say she understood why he needed to meditate as much as he did, nor why those markings mattered so much, but he did look like an entirely different person with them, powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. But the strange thing about it was that she had difficulties sensing him when he did this. He had tried to explain, but Ajisai hadn't managed to process even a tenth of the confusing description he had given of his powers. It had something to do with drawing energy from nature, on the impressions, smells, and images he got through his connection to the world itself. To him, meditation was a way of being taught. It seemed preposterous to her, as she was taught that a shinobi needed chakra, which was a mixture of physical and spiritual energies. But for some reason he found a third source of energy. He argued that it came from his Kekkei Genkai, but when he tried to show her, well, it was a bit like the times when Fuyo and Sueren tried to explain to her how to see chakra, with them being sensory-type kunoichi. Similarly, they had barely understood how Ajisai could learn Fuinjutsu so easily. To her it was logical, but to Fuyo and Sueren her words might as well have been spoken in a foreign language. But his claim that chakra was almost something sentient was just too bizarre for her to properly process. On the other hand, he did show several odd skills. Kuno Mori-kun has always been more than a usual person. Ever since the first day I met him, he insisted I treated him like an equal. But at that same moment, I knew he was someone way above me. He is like Pain-sama, like Tenchi-sama, not like simple humans like me. She sighed, idly twirling a finger through the purple bang that fell in front of her forehead. If Pain was a god to her, and Konan an angel, then Naruto, whom she knew as Kuno Mori, would be at least a demigod. Why did he even accept me so easily? I'm barely worthy of standing in his shadow. Ahi-chan. Yes, Kuno Mori-kun. She quickly got on her feet, hurrying when he called for her. Feelings or not, she still had a duty to perform, a duty given to her by Konan, Tenchi-sama, herself. She did not allow her own depression to be in the way of that. You said you have a summoning contract, right? Yes? She blinked. That pigmentation around his eyes gave him such a serious expression that she nearly faltered under his gaze. Is this the same person that I woke up with? She wondered. He seemed so different from the cuddly and kissable blonde. He seemed so innocent when he slept. Before, he always slept with unease, but ever since they were together, he seemed to have found some peace of mind that enabled him to sleep calmly. Although the bulge in his boxers made her feel rather, well, uncomfortable wouldn't be the right word for it. She knew it was a morning thing for men, but still, the thought of what she could do with it made her lose what little confidence she had. The scars that her sister's death had left hadn't faded, even if she did feel her body desire his. Who am I kidding? This is a dream. A perfect dream. But one day, I'll wake up and find that he's gone, that he has found a woman who is as strong as he is, someone who is his equal. Who is better than I am. Not someone like me, who. A pair of strong arms pulled her out of her thoughts, pulling her into an embrace that startled her. Kei Kuno. Why do you always look so sad when I'm training? Should I tell him? Would he laugh at me? Or worse, would he agree? Would he admit that he's just using me for his own pleasure, casting me aside as soon as his training is done? Ahi-chan, do I have to tickle it out of you? I'm not as ticklish as you are, Kuno Mori-kun, she giggled in spite of herself. He cheated. Tickling her with vines had to be against the rules. I'm just worried. Why? Is someone bothering you? Other than me? No, Ajisai sighed. It's just that you are so much stronger than me. Why would that worry you? He blinked. He said he doesn't remember where he's from. Perhaps he simply doesn't have the same ideals as the people of Ame? She allowed herself a small shred of hope, before forcefully putting it down. Life did not allow the people of Amigakure to indulge themselves in idle fantasies. I'm not worthy of you, she finally admitted. She figured that if he'd tear her heart out, he might as well do it now, before she reached a point from which she couldn't recover. What kind of nonsense is that? She saw him grimace. Why on earth would my strength make you unworthy of? You're the best thing that's happened me in all my life. But I'm weak. Someone like you should. Do you know why I'm getting stronger? The blonde gently put his hand under her chin, forcing her to look at him. Any idea of her trying to seduce him seemed so wrong now. This girl had no hidden agenda, no underlying purpose, and she truly loved him for who he was. Yet, she obviously felt inadequate compared to him. How wrong she was. I'm growing because of you. I know, it sounds like a stupid cliché, but it's true. Mokuton is literally the conversion of chakra into life. And you've made me feel alive, more than anything else. Rather than the cold logical view on the world which I was taught, you've shown me a world filled with emotions. It affects my mood, my chakra, and it is the reason why I can say it without lying. So, you don't care that I'm weak? Ajisai hesitated. In Ame, strong people like you are supposed to find the strongest kunoichi as their partners. You are stronger than any of our jonin, while I'm just a common chunin. But no one would care for me like you do, nor is there any that I care for as much as I care for you, so what does it all matter? Hell, whether you're able to kick my ass or whether you were a civilian, I don't care. It is you that I care about, not your power. Besides, you are not as weak as you think you are, he kissed her. If anything, I'd argue that I'm the one who isn't worthy of you. I mean, look at me. I'm covered with scars, and the worst ones aren't even visible. And yet you never made a problem out of it. For months you silently looked after me, and suddenly you jumped in my arms. Even when I don't even really understand this whole emotions thing, I can promise you one thing, Ahi-chan, and that is that I've never felt anything like this for anyone but you. Any thought of training was forgotten when she kissed him. Barely taking the time to wait after she knocked loudly, the kunoichi of the intelligence division barged into Tsunade's office. It's bad. God, I'm Sama. What is it? Tsunade was annoyed by the interruption. She was enjoying a fairly calm and enjoyable day so far, what with only handing some simple missions to her troops. Team 10 had just gone out for a simple escort mission, and she was about to call it a day. Not having any cases to give her headaches was nice for a change. Unfortunately, that peace wasn't here to last. Sunagakure was. The Kazekage has been taken by an organization called Akatsuki. We just received the message, the black-haired woman blurted out. Shizune gasped, and Tsunade grimaced. Gara. Assemble a unit of Onbu, she snapped at Shizune. Ask for Tenzo. He can pick 7 others, the strongest he can find, and is to report here within the hour. Tsunade-sama? They will have to set out to Suna immediately, assess the situation, and aid Suna wherever possible, Tsunade clarified impatiently. I'm not going to attack them. Konoha and Suna are allies. If someone abducts their leader, we, as their allies, must be there to aid them. You are supposed to wear your ring at all times. Eh? Was it? Naruto struggled to open his eyes. He felt Ajisai stir, suddenly shriek, then attempt to hide underneath the blanket. Ahi-chan? He blinked, looking around in the cabin. Konan? He noticed the blue-haired woman standing in the door opening. I'm sorry if I am disturbing anything, but you weren't responding to the call, Konan drawled, her expression as emotionless as usual. So if you could get dressed and put on your ring. Disturbing? Nay, we're just sleeping. Together, Naruto scratched the back of his head, painfully aware that he wasn't wearing his mask either. I guess it would be rather pointless to say that Ajisai decided to stay because we kept training till it was dark. You should really lighten up a bit, Naruto sighed, before turning serious. Fine, I'll come. But one thing, keep this a secret. If this Akatsuki stuff somehow gets Ahi-chan hurt. If you fear what might happen to Ajisai, you would understand why I desire peace. If our desires are the same, she is in no peril, was all that Konan said in return. After all, She fought because the man she loved had died. It was up to Naruto to fight for the girl he loved, and keep her alive. Unlike Konan, he still had a chance to protect his happiness. Putting on clothes and the ring, Naruto discovered that the ring acted as a communications device as well. Pain was not amused. Then again, Naruto had never seen the man do anything that remotely counted as a smile. It turned out that Orochimaru and Sasori had succeeded at capturing the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, while Kisame and Hidan had caught the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. There went his plans of visiting Suna. Sealing the Sanbi had taken 3 days, so too by Juu. Naruto wasn't too thrilled. He counted himself lucky that between the 9 of them, the unknown 10th member was once again shining in absence. They were allowed to take short breaks. At least Ajisai would look after his body while his consciousness was projected here. Morning, Brad. Good morning, Kakuzu, Naruto yawned. Isn't it a bit too early for this shit? It is never too early to kill someone, Hidan announced. Wow. 8 words in one sentence, it seems you've gotten a bit smarter, Hidan. You filthy heathen brat. Hidan swung his shadowy scythe, but with them being mere projections, the entire motion was rather futile. Shut up, Hidan. Oi, you look like you've grown a bit. Care for a duel next time? The shadow of Kisame asked. Who knows, Kakuzu might even put some money on you this time. Right. Kakuzu and gambling, Naruto chuckled. What's the next thing you're going to say, that Hidan is secretly a pacifist? That Orochimaru actually has ethics? That's Sasori. We will commence the sealing now. Pain cut Naruto off before every member of Akatsuki got riled up. Leading a group of criminally insane yet very powerful S-rank shinobi was a taxing job. But if it led to the world being at peace, it was a sacrifice which Pain was more than willing to bear. At least 2 days had passed before Naruto could finally take a break. He had lost track of the hours that had drifted by. Now he had a chance to get some food, and perhaps an hour or 2 of sleep until Pain summoned him again. They could have warned me that those rings had such a function, he grumbled internally. His bad mood vanished like snow under the sun when he realized that Ajisai was literally sleeping with her head on his leg. Sitting in the lotus position, Naruto already had a bad case of cramp after 2 days of sitting in such a fashion, so he barely even felt her head resting there at first. Still, he had to move, regardless of how content she seemed. Ahi-chan, he gently caressed her purple hair. While he never understood why she put it up like that, the onion-like bun style was something which he found rather cute. Kuno Mori-kun? She mumbled sleepily. You've returned already? Just a break. He struggled to get up but his legs failed him. Is there some food around? I'm kinda hungry. I'll get it right away. I really need you to teach me that storage style of sealing, Naruto chuckled. It is the most convenient jutsu ever. He quickly wolfed down the onigiri she unsealed, and with a few balls of rice in his stomach, he contently lay down in bed. Sorry that I can't enjoy the meal properly, but I don't have much time. You are aiding Kami-sama, she nodded. If Kami-sama needs help, it must be difficult. It is. Sort of, Naruto yawned. But it'll be easier with a few hours of sleep. We're not even halfway through, so it's likely that I'll stay like this for another day or 3, perhaps 4. I must be horrible company now. It's not worse compared to normal. Watching you meditate isn't very thrilling, you know. I'll make it up to you once we're done, Naruto promised, giving her a kiss before he closed his eyes. Only after she lay down next to him did he feel at ease enough to catch what little sleep Pain was willing to give him. Our apologies about the disruption. The shade of Orochimaru flickered back into existence. Seconds after, Sasori joined him. We had visitors. Suna shinobi? Pain asked. No, they were from Konoha, Orochimaru chuckled. The 2 that survived didn't see anything, though. We're quite lucky they did not interrupt while we were sealing the Ichibi. The Geto Mazo had already been moved to the hideout where Kisame and Hidan had taken the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. Sloppy, Kisame yawned. Can't even kill a few petty Konoha nin? You must be getting soft on your old day. There was one among them who I'd like to add to my collection. Sasori's gravelly voice was barely audible. Kuno Mori-san might like to meet that one. Yes, I was not expecting to meet one of my old experiments. Orochimaru's shadowy figure sounded almost tentative. I'd written off those experiments as a failure. To see that one of them survived was quite surprising. But even while he carries some of the DNA of Senju Hashirama, his Mokuton seemed rather fragile. Mokuton? Naruto frowned. there is someone else? Yes, Kuno Mori-kun. Though, if you give me some of your blood, I might create a few brothers or sisters for you. This Konoha nin is someone whom you and Kakuzu should track down. Pain cut Orochimaru off. With access to the Konoha files, that man might possess skill which you have yet to learn. Besides, you were supposed to be rejoining Kakuzu soon anyway. With the Ichibi and Nibi down, it is time for our organization to start moving in earnest. The Kyuubi should be reforming soon, Zetsu supplied. It was a blatant lie, but only Pain and Kakuzu knew that it was such. The Kyuubi had never perished, as its Jinchuriki had survived. It is 2.5 years since its Jinchuriki died. And yet no one visits his grave anymore. Poor Jinchuriki. People hate that which is foreign to them. It is inevitable. Still, to have no one to look after you. That is why you can't trust anyone. So I have to leave Image-kur. Damn. I knew it would happen, for a long time I didn't really care. Hell, I would have been happy to finally be freed from that endless reign. But Ahi-chan. Naruto scowled and forced himself to focus on supplying chakra to the seal. The sooner the Nibi was locked away in that but-ugly statue, the sooner he could return to Ajisai. It was weird how quickly his situation had changed, but once he realized that it did, he didn't want anything to get between him and Ajisai. Still, he had no choice in this matter, and taking her along was far too dangerous as well. While her prowess in sealing was very useful, the Jinchuriki were opponents far beyond the capabilities of any Chunin. It seemed to become a regular occurrence by now. Again, a kunoichi of the intelligence division barged into Tsunade's office, and again with bad news. Thank you, Tsunade grimaced, after she received the message. You are dismissed. God-I'm-sama, the kunoichi bowed and left. Shizune and Ino, who were both helping Tsunade out with her daily tasks, looked at their leader. So Orochimaru is indeed part of the same organization, Tsunade sighed. We should count ourselves lucky that Tenzo made it out alive. Losing 6 of our best Onbu is painful, though. Against Orochimaru and a puppeteer of that level, it is a miracle even 2 people survived, Ino muttered. 2S rank shinobi, Akatsuki is insane. That was Akasuna no Sasori, Tsunade clarified. A devil with poisons. I've encountered him and his grandmother quite a few times during the war. To think that someone like him joined that organization. Then again, with a Mokuton user, a supposedly long-dead traitor from Takigakure, and Orochimaru, anything which should be considered normal has long since been thrown overboard. But that it is in fact them who killed Gaara. It seems Jiraiya-sama was right when he suspected Akatsuki to be after the Jinchuriki, Shizune grimaced. Tsunade-sama, do you think? Could it have been them, that day? If they targeted Yagura and Gaara, it is possible that they were the ones who killed Naruto, Tsunade admitted. With him having the Kyuubi sealed within him, he would have formed a target for them too. But to what end? What do they want to achieve by killing Jinchuriki? They don't seem to just kill them, Ino remarked hesitantly. They took Gaara with them, and Yagura's corpse wasn't found at the place where he was beaten either. Instead, the corpse had resurfaced in the bounty circuit, with some unknown party cashing in the sum of Ryo which Kumagakure had issued. But Naruto-kun was. He was found at the spot. Well, parts of Naruto had been found at the spot, but that horrid detail was something that Ino did not want to remember. And yet the Kyuubi has yet to reappear. Should I tell her my name? Should I tell her what little I know about myself? Wouldn't it put her in danger? Konan knows about us anyway, so she's already in danger, Naruto pondered. They had finally finished sealing the Nibi in the Geto Mazo. The corpse of the poor woman who had been used by Kumagakure to seal the Nibi had fallen to the ground, signifying that she was completely drained of all traces of the Nibi's chakra. Pain had granted him another day to gather equipment and such, before Naruto had to leave Amigakure and join Kakuzu in the pursuit of their next target. Kakuzu was supposed to go home for this one, visiting Takigakure in order to capture the Nanabi. Pain and Konan would personally move to capture the Rakubi, whose Jinchuriki was notoriously hard to track down, even for Zetsu. The Inbi would be a target for Kisame and Hidan, while Orochimaru and Sasori would go to Kumagakure to seek out the Hachibi, a Baijuu that Orochimaru already had some knowledge on due to messing with its previous Jinchuriki. With Kakuzu currently being in Mizu no Kuni, Naruto was supposed to meet him in Hai no Kuni. But due to Naruto being closer to the rendezvous than Kakuzu, Pain had not seen any reason for Naruto to leave immediately, something for which Naruto was grateful, as he didn't want to leave without saying goodbye to Ajisai first. But how? He saw her sitting at the veranda of their cabin, elevated from the ground by a thick tree, dangling with her legs over the edge. Judging by the drenched appearance of her lavender pants and light purple kimono jacket, she had just come back. The floor creaked and her head jerked back, seeing him as he tried to sneak up to her. "Welcome back," she smiled. "Another break, or are you finished?" "For now," Naruto sighed. "But I have to leave Ame tomorrow." To her credit, she winced and only showed her real emotions for a fraction of a second, before her smile returned. It was slightly forced, perhaps, but she was determined not to show that she felt hurt. "I knew this day would come. Tenchi-sama said that I would only have to look after you for a few months at most," Ajisen admitted. "But I know it is selfish." "I don't want to leave either," Naruto smiled sadly. "And if it were possible, I'd take you along. But the people whom I'm after are too strong for that. Last time I fought one of them, I nearly ended up dying. Hell, I would have died for sure if it hadn't been for Guren and Kakuzu. But now, I'm stronger, I know that, but I'm unsure whether I'm strong enough to keep you safe, and I'd never forgive myself if something would happen to you. Not that I think you are weak, but these are all S-ranked people." "I know," she sighed. He sat down next to her, his legs dangling down. Personally, he didn't really understand why Ajisai liked heights. Perhaps it was because she lived most of her life in this skyscraper hell. Ame was too industrialized for his liking, too much stone and metal, too little greenery. Tenchi-sama and Kami-sama need your help to end the wars. But is there a way to end it all good? I don't think it is. But what is the alternative? War left its scars on people like Pain and Konan, but also on Ahi-chan. I can't let this situation continue. On the other hand, if their plan is set in motion, how many more end up scarred? It is wrong to do nothing, but is it right to allow their plan to continue? To let so many die to buy a false peace? He looked at his side. Sitting next to him, Ajisai leaned to his shoulder. "Yeah. If not for Ahi-chan, I'd probably just end up giving Pain the finger and thwart his plans. Ajisai makes me selfish. I know it's wrong, but her survival and happiness are more important to me than all the nameless people who have to be sacrificed for the sake of peace. I'd almost think Pain planned this all out." "Huh? Me falling in love with you," he kissed her on her cheek. Regardless of whether or not he fell into a trap which Pain set up to ensure his loyalty, Naruto knew that he would have responded in the exact same way. Whatever the circumstances, Ajisai had always been honest. She made him feel things he had never felt before, like this cold, gray world had gotten colored. Especially with purple and lavender. He had never said it before, not out loud, that he loved her. Ajisai felt a few tears running down, which he gently touched. "It's not a bad thing that I feel that way, is it?" he wondered. "I'm just happy. I love you too, Kuno Mori-kun," she gave him a teary yet radiant smile. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. The rain had traces of chakra, he knew. Pain's method of making it impossible to enter Amigakure unnoticed. The fact that even Zetsu had not showed himself for all this time told Naruto that even he couldn't hide from Pain's jutsu. Still, as far as Naruto knew, Pain was not able to see everything in the literal sense. He noticed anomalies through the rain, yes, but could not see everything within the rain. Otherwise, Konan would not be leaving her origami trinkets behind. "Paper is just a dead form of wood," Naruto smirked, leaving Ajisai confused as to what he meant. Within this tiny forest, Naruto could track down every little paper which Konan had left to observe him. A few hand seals later and a Moku Bunshine jumped down, which would retrieve and return the pieces of paper to Konan. A little jab to show her that he could see right through her jutsu was a final little prank on his side. Amassing chakra, Naruto let the cabin lower a bit, shrinking the supporting tree, while growing a dozen new ones around the cabin at the same time. Startled, Ajisai dragged herself back indoors. The trees grew branches, and soon covered the entire cabin. Not a single ray of light could pierce it. Satisfied, Naruto opened his eyes and entered the cabin. Ajisai had already unsealed a lantern, and had lit it. "Kuno Mori-kun? What was that? What are you doing?" "Secrecy," Naruto chuckled. "I had to make sure that no one else can listen in. We're completely surrounded by wood now. Only filtered air enters, but not a single drop of rain will pierce these defenses." "Why?" Ajisai frowned. "It seems rather excessive." Naruto helped her lighting another few lanterns, so that they could properly see each other. "Before I leave, I want to be completely honest," Naruto admitted. "But knowledge is dangerous in our world." "Honest? I don't understand?" Kuno Mori is not my real name, Naruto sighed. It is a name given to me because I have to hide my real identity. Why? Who are you? I don't really know who I am, that's something I can't remember. But I do know my name, Naruto, as well as the fact that I'm originally from Konoha. Naruto shrugged, feeling rather helpless. Not that I can remember Konoha. Hell, I only know my name because Zetsu gave me two options, and only Naruto sounded familiar. Zetsu warned me that because I'm from Konoha, I should hide my name from Pain. From what I was told, Pain lost someone due to Konoha, and has a grudge against the village and its inhabitants. So, you're from Konoha. I understand that it is difficult for you, Ahi-chan, but I don't want to lie to you any longer. I just hope that I haven't hurt you by doing that thus far. If you're mad at me, Stop it, she closed in and hugged him. I told you that I don't care where you're from. And a name doesn't change who you are, Kuno. Naruto-kun. It'll take some time to get adjusted to the name. So you're not mad at me? Naruto blinked. How can I be, when you're honest with me, in spite of the risk it puts you in? Ajisai smiled. I don't know what Konoha did to Pain-sama, but you didn't do anything wrong. Yet he won't care about such distinctions. Did the infants that were related to Hanzo do anything to hurt Amiga-kur? Naruto asked her. She couldn't answer that. In truth, she'd felt relief when she learned that Hanzo's entire family had been eradicated, and now. If Pain finds out I'm from Konoha, he will desire my death. And when Konan tells him about us, he will target you as well. Pain might even use you as bait to lure me into a trap. That is why I went so far to hide us from his eyes. You must not tell him or Konan. I made it pretty clear to Konan that I wouldn't like it if she blabbered about seeing us sleep in the same bed. I don't really care if he wants me to die, but if he hurts you. Don't you think I'd be hurt if something happens to you? Ajisai snapped. She grabbed him by the collar of his robe. Don't you think I already hate it that I can't help you? I can't even protect person I love. Her head hung down, and Naruto could hear her sniffle. I'm coming back for you, Ahi-chan. No matter what happens, no matter what I have to do, I'll return to you. Even if I have to destroy the world, I'll never let you down. Naruto-kun, she leaned towards him, kissing him. She kissed him like they were already saying goodbye. Somewhere along the line, he had taken hold of her right hand, and she felt his chakra swirl. Breaking contact, she saw what he did. 2 rings from one sort of wood. That way you'll always recognize me, and you, Naruto smiled. No henge in the world is going to fake this. It's made with the energy from nature itself, so only I will be able to sense it. And when I'm close enough, you should be able to sense me through the ring, as it'll respond to mine. This. Is this? I claim you, Ahi-chan, Naruto kissed her. And you, Naruto-kun, they resumed making out, but this time it was her hands that took the initiative, removing his robe, even pulling down. Ahi-chan? Author's note, there is a lemon here, I can't post it on YouTube as my channel will be taken down. If you want to read it, link to the story is in the description. If you are a patron, then you can also find the unedited version over there. Chapter 7. Reunion. It had been a full day since he left Ame, and Naruto was still grinning like a madman. While the teal Akatsuki ring on his right index finger left him mostly indifferent, the new wooden ring on his left index finger was something that was constantly at his mind. It was definitely the best night of his life. Ajisai. The solemn and silent girl that had been assigned as his attendant had grown to be his girlfriend, his lover. His, fantasies, on where they would live, after the plans of Akatsuki had come to fulfillment, were rather pointless at this stage. Perhaps they could travel for a while first, before deciding where to settle. His current environment was quite to his liking. There were trees, an endless expanse of trees. This was what the world ought to look like, in his opinion, not the dreary endless rain and those horrible industrialized style buildings. If not for Ajisai, he'd never return to Amiga-core, too much metal, too little green. Ironic that I found my sole source of happiness in the most depressing place in the world, he chuckled to himself. All alone on the road, strange, how lonely one can feel once your loved one isn't next to you. Naruto was steadily heading to the place where Zetsu told him to wait for Kakuzu. It hadn't taken long for the plant man to pop out of the ground after Naruto left Ame. With his improved understanding of nature, or of himself, Naruto had noticed Zetsu's approach, taking timely precautions so as to not reveal his good mood. He wasn't willing to tell Zetsu about Ajisai. He didn't trust Black Zetsu enough. No, As soon as Black Zetsu discovered that Naruto wasn't the convenient tool he once was, Aisi would be in danger. Naruto held no illusions on that. Zetsu's seeming intention to deviate from Pain's plans only made the situation more precarious. Fortunately, Zetsu had only focused on the mission at hand. Attacking Takigakure and retrieving their Jinchuriki seemed easy enough, especially with Kakuzu at his side, who knew the hidden entrance. Takigakure was, after all, the only shinobi village which actually lived up to its hidden moniker. Absent-mindedly, Naruto wondered if Aisi had already moved all the furniture to her own apartment. The training ground where they had lived would be opened up to public again, now that he left, so she couldn't stay in the cottage which Naruto had created, which forced her to go back to her own apartment. Her being an orphan had left her with little money, and the interior of her apartment had suffered accordingly. Naruto's ability to create pretty much everything that wasn't a complex mechanism out of wood had come in handy. Her ability to seal things in her cards was equally convenient. Naruto smiled as he touched the sash that Aisi had given him. It was a brown-orange sash similar to the one that Aisi wore, with a pouch in front where he stored several of the sealing cards which Aisi had made for him while he had been busy sealing the Ichibi and the Nibi. The larger pouch on his back contained several items, such as a bottle in which Aisi had somehow engraved a seal, enabling it to contain vast amounts of drinking water or other beverage. The scroll containing food, predominantly Ajisai's beloved onigiri, was an amazing gift as well. In comparison, Naruto felt like a cheapskate by only giving her that easily made furniture. At least, it was easily made by him. She had explained how wooden furniture was worth a small fortune in Ame, due to the fact that they had to import proper wood from abroad, since the trees in Ame were of an inferior quality. Ame did not like doing business with outside forces, on top of that. With the sash over his dark blue pants, the only change in appearance that Naruto had made was the dark blue shirt which Aisi had sought out for him when they visited the stockrooms again. However, most of it got hidden underneath his Akatsuki cloak anyway. The lower half of his face was hidden by the black cloth mask, and the upper half covered by a straw hat. Naruto hid his features well. The only thing he lacked in comparison to the other members of Akatsuki was a hit. Konan had offered him one before he left, but he hadn't felt like wearing an Omega Core forehead protector was right, so he had declined. At the end of the day, Naruto crossed a small village, where a foolish group of bandits tried to rob him. Naruto hadn't seen a single soul after he had skewered those rogues. As if drawing blood invited him, Naruto soon sensed his partner's vast chakra. He might have hidden himself from regular sensors, but to Naruto, Kakuzu's chakra was clearly visible. One did not lie against nature easily. Picking up the pace, Naruto met up with Kakuzu an hour later. Brat. Geezer. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, scanning over Naruto. You've grown. I guess. I had some time to focus on discovering my power, Naruto shrugged. I don't think I've gotten stronger. Rather, I've gained knowledge of how to use what I already had. Let's go. Kakuzu was a man who hated wasting words. Time was money, after all. So who's the corpse? A monk? Kairiku of the Fire Temple, Kakuzu grunted. Put up quite a fight as well. But for 30 million ryo, that was to be expected. Naruto sighed. They were back to bounty hunting, an ugly life filled with the cold logic of money. But, it was a necessary evil, at least until Naruto figured out whether there was an alternative path to peace. Neither Naruto nor Kakuzu were really worried about the attention which Kairiku's death might have drawn, and casually ran through the forest towards the nearest bounty station. Ugh, that stinking shed again? Naruto muttered. Fuck that. I'm not going into that urinal again. A rotting corpse is one thing, but the smell of piss and shit on top of it is just nauseating. Suit yourself. I'll wait outside. It'll take a while before you're finished counting the money, anyway. Naruto yawned and sat down in front of the second-rate cafe, which provided the cover for the bounty station. There were more buildings in the complex, as it was built next to a main road that ran through Hai no Kuni, but there wasn't a single soul to be seen. Soon Naruto drifted off, daydreaming of a certain girl who had made his life so much better. Only he was soon rudely woken up by the arrival of 4 shinobi. 3 of them were his age, 1 older, a jonin whose face Naruto reminded him of something. The blonde girl gasped when she saw him. The others had a grim look which told Naruto that they recognized his robe. Konoha shinobi, Naruto noted, citing their hit. In addition, the jonin had a sash just like the late Kairiku, which meant the man likely had a similar bounty too. Naruto-kun? They know my name? Naruto blinked. Perhaps this battle wouldn't be as boring as he had thought. And who might you guys be? He stared at the girl with the long, pale blonde hair. Her eyes fixed on his cerulean eyes, filled with a strange mixture of hope and fear. The other two, the one with the black pineapple hairdo and the chubby one with the picky brown mane, were also staring oddly. Only the Jonin exploited the moment of confusion. He was behind Naruto before the boy realized the man had moved, and slashed at him with those peculiar knives. Still, it wasn't fast enough. Naruto had gotten good training at creating barriers, having made a few wooden gates for Aisi. She used those things as defense, summoning them from her cards whenever she got in a pinch. Asuma's blade, however, were coated in wind chakra. Regardless of whether the Jonin broke through the gate, Naruto had bought just enough time to dodge. Interesting, Naruto muttered. If I'm not mistaken, you are Sarutobi Asuma. I thought your face looked familiar. Your head is worth even more than that of the monk. Akatsuki bastards, the Jonin growled. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, get moving. Akatsuki always move in two-man teams. Oh dear, you don't mean to say you think you can beat me before Kakuzu pops up, do you? Naruto drawled. The pineapple head was obviously a Nara, considering how he had just trapped Naruto with a shadow-based jutsu. Ugh. I just wanted to take a nap. Why don't you guys get out of here? If Kakuzu walks out, you will all die, because unlike me, he only cares about money. He won't show you mercy like I would do. That voice. Those eyes, the blonde girl was still looking at him, or at least the part of him that wasn't covered in a mask or a cloak. She seemed too shell-shocked to move, a bad quality for a shinobi. You've changed, but still. Ino. Snap out of it, the Nara boy shouted, already sweating from the strain which his jutsu put on him. It can't be Naruto. He died. Shikamaru is right, Asuma nodded. We were warned to separate you, take you down one by one. Obviously, you possess great skill, Kuno Mori. You know that name too? Naruto raised a brow in surprise. Asuma attacked, probably assuming that Naruto was bound by Shikamaru's jutsu, but Naruto simply stepped to the side. The Nara groaned, struggling to keep control. Well now. What should I do? Niku Dan Hari Sensha. Spiked human bullet tank. The rotund boy became bloated, spinning while covered with kunai. Quite devastating if it hits, Naruto oddly thought, but not worried in any way. Mokuton, Mokusatsu Shibari no Jutsu, would release, smothering binding technique. Choji. The blonde girl finally moved as her rotund friend got caught in a web of wooden branches. Immobilized, Choji could only shrink back to his original size. But before he could escape, the wooden branches already narrowed and ensnared him once again. You were interesting while it lasted, Naruto shrugged. The blonde girl with the turquoise eyes interested him. She was quite similar to the Yamanaka woman he had hunted, a while ago. Her eyes were similar to those eyes that haunted his dreams, before Aisi had freed him from those nightmares. What was her name again? Kiyoami, wasn't it? What? She looked quite similar, Naruto explained. You must be a Yamanaka as well. Yes, they were from the same clan. And yet, something about this Yamanaka unnerved him. It was as if he was supposed to remember something. But what? Those eyes had haunted his dreams. Who was she? You were the one who killed her? Collecting bounties is my job, Naruto nodded, forcibly calming himself. He also found it rather amusing that a shinobi from Konoha would be disgusted by that. Didn't she know how many people had died at the hands of Konoha nin? If his stay at Ame had made one thing clear to Naruto, it was that all hidden villages were the same. And yet, they were all self-righteous enough to think that they were the good guys. I don't dislike you guys, though. Bounty hunter or not, I will allow you to leave. By now, Asuma was skipping around in an attempt to evade the vines which Naruto had commanded to grab the man, while the Nara boy was struggling more and more in his futile attempt to halt Naruto. Don't you recognize us? The girl practically begged him. Don't you recognize me? Naruto stared at the Yamanaka, idly fumbling his wooden ring at the same time, completely ignoring the futile attempts of the shadow tendrils that crept up his body that didn't slow him down in the slightest. Recognition would require memories. Ino. Stop hesitating and do it. In an utmost attempt, ignoring any fancy trick he had in his repertoire and uncharacteristically resorting to an all-out attack, the Nara pushed out every drop of chakra he had in his body to hold Naruto at his place just long enough for the doubting Yamanaka to do her Shintenshin no Jutsu. The Shintenshin no Jutsu had always been an extremely useful jutsu for intelligence gathering to the degree that most other nations coveted the secrets of the jutsu, yet always failed to get it. Extracting the secrets from a Yamanaka was virtually impossible. The secrets had been safeguarded at the cost of their lives. Anyone who had ended up being imprisoned and interrogated would not be capable of revealing the secrets, as it would terminate their consciousness. Yes, it was bound to the very roots of their consciousness, buried so deep that no conventional method of interrogation had ever proven capable of bypassing or breaking it. As such, while it was not a Kekkei Genkai, this hidden ability had never leaked outside the Yamanaka, and the methods of training were kept as the clan's greatest secrets. Inherent to their skills, however, laid a certain weakness. If one entered the mind of others, it required a certain level of sensitivity, an openness that could work against them. In this case, Yamanaka Ino entered a consciousness which had been torn asunder. An experienced mindwalker might have been able to keep her stability, but Ino soon found herself lost in her target's mind. This mind proved itself to be vastly different from any other she had ever experienced before. Where am I? She muttered. Usually, she ended up seeing the world through her target's eyes. She'd control him, supplanting him, giving her full access to his body and a chance at extracting the knowledge she needed. In this case, who was Kunomori? Was he Naruto? What she found was a large, dark, damp, sewer-like hall. Odd tubes ran across the walls, overgrown with vines and tree roots. The air was thick and warm, almost oppressively, and she found it hard to breathe. Thin vines crept over the flooded floor, trying to ensnare Ino's legs. I gotta keep moving, she muttered to herself, freeing herself from the vines. What happened? How did I end up here? No mind should look like this. It's impossible for anyone to have such a solid inner world, unless Kunomori was Naruto. The mind of a Jinchuriki was completely different, as the Baijuu that was sealed within the Jinchuriki would reside there. It was something her father had warned her and Naruto about when Ino first started training in the art of mind transfer. Considering how close the two children were, Inoiki had feared the risks if Ino would start experimenting with the jutsu. If she had ended up in Naruto's mind, and met the Kyuubi. A death of the mind was also a death of the body. That proves it. If not for the situation she was in, Ino would have cheered. He said that recognition requires memories. His voice is quite similar, even though his voice has changed due to going through puberty. The last time Ino had seen him was nearly 3 years ago. They were 13, more or less beating around the bush with regard to their feelings, when he had said goodbye prior to the mission in which Naruto allegedly died. He must be 16 by now. He's grown into quite a hunk, she smiled, although the expression quickly faltered. But he cannot remember me. Has he forgotten everything from before that mission? Cautiously she moved on, wading through the hall, evading the vines and roots that sluggishly attempted to capture her. There were doors in the hall. The first one had an ominous feel. Ino wasn't sure what was hidden behind it, and was secretly happy that it was blocked off to such a degree. She tried, but other than breaking off some roots, she couldn't move the door more than an inch. If this was indeed Naruto, it could have been the Kyuubi that hid behind it. But the entire door was sealed off by the thickest concentration of overgrowth which she had seen in the entire hallway. Ino couldn't sense any chakra through the barrier, but she did get that sick feeling in her stomach, the same that she got from the malicious intent that only the strongest shinobi could radiate. Ino had never forgotten Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Tsunade, who had been driven insane by the Ichibi. He radiated the same sickening feeling. At least, until Naruto had beaten him. When Tsunade and Otogaku had invaded Konoha, after that battle, Gaara had seemingly regained his sanity. Naruto always had a strange way of touching people with his words and emotions, Ino smiled sadly. I just hope he hasn't forgotten that too. Why is he wearing that Akatsuki robe? Why would he, as a Jinchuriki, join the group that hunts his kin? Several more doors were locked, and others had proven to lead to empty halls, or a hall with odd mirror-like shapes. One of the mirror halls was huge, but dark, the other was far smaller, but illuminated in a warm light. Ino had never seen a mind like this, and was beginning to fear that she'd never find a way out. At this point, she entered the room in which she now stood, a room with a gentle glow, filled with what seemed to be a rainforest. The overabundance of nature surprised her. It was so different from the gloomy hallway. It was as if all life originated from this place. And yet, as she walked deeper into the forest, she felt like she was entering a bottomless abyss. All life is endless. Ino jumped when the voice came from behind her. The boy with his spiky blonde hair stood there, his cerulean eyes seemingly curious as he took in his environment. How? How are you here? This is supposed to be my mind, right? Kuno Mori countered. It would be a better question to ask what you are doing here. Clan jutsu or not, this place doesn't seem to fit with any description of the Shintenshin no Jutsu which I've read up till now. Are you really Naruto-kun? Perhaps I once was, he answered flippantly. But let's get out of this forest. For me it won't matter much, but you aren't able to deal with it. With what? Nature. Nature? Mokuton, he frowned. I stand close to nature. It took me a while to get accustomed to it, but I highly doubt that you'd be able to endure it. The deeper you go into this forest, the deeper you seem to delve into the energy of nature. At least, that is how it feels like, he shrugged. Never been here before. You've never been in your own mindscape? I relied on sensory perception, not on this. What was that in the hall? That closed-off door? Hall? Door? He blinked. Not sure where you've been. Then again, I can't say how you think you know me either. Or who I once have been. Regardless of who you are, you need to scram. My mind is my own. I will not allow you to control me. I am not a tool. Don't you? Don't you want to remember? Ino took a step back, tears sprouting in the corners of her eyes. Don't you want to remember me? Why would he want to remember you, little girl? A third voice grumbled through the forest. Darkness seeped through the hall, and from the shadows rose a second Naruto. He already has a he-chan, he is part of Akatsuki. He is someone new now. What is this? The non-shadow Naruto growled. What is happening? You should shut up and keep out of this. Naruto felt as if he was looking in a mirror. The expression of this copy was far more aggressive, his eyes black and red rather than white and blue like they should be. But the confidence oozing from the darker shadow-like copy was disturbing Naruto. I see, Naruto's voice grew cold at the realization. So this is why this jutsu is made for interrogations. And Naruto-kun, what is happening? Don't act like a fool, girl. But she is a fool. This ends now. It sure does. The shadow Naruto leapt towards Ino, the fingers of his hand shaped like claws as he thrust toward her neck. The Yamanaka fell on her backside, screaming out in fear. Her eyes closed, she waited for the inevitable. But nothing happened. She cautiously opened her eyes, blinking when she saw the shadow Naruto bound by vines and roots. Idiot. What are you doing? Why do you stop me from forcing this treacherous bitch out? You killing her will solve nothing, Naruto bit back. He didn't know why, but the idea of killing the girl just felt wrong, very wrong. He felt that way, and had no idea why. It infuriated him. I don't care who you are, but I don't want either of you walking around in my mind. But I am you, I am not a product of an illusion. I am born from the darkness that resides in your memories. I am who you once have been. I am the pain of your past. Before Zetsu gave you your pathetic new life, before Ajisai entered your life and gave you purpose, you were me. If that was who I was, I reject my former self, Naruto said with a cold fury audible in his voice. Before Ino could say a thing, Naruto's hand pierced the chest of his mirror image. Or clone. Or whatever it was. Ino couldn't tell what was happening. Fool. You cannot reject me. That which was cut asunder cannot be destroyed. Red flames flickered, spreading over Naruto's hand, while his shadowy counterpart disappeared. And Naruto-kun? Shut up. First you invade my mind, and now you cast this illusion. Naruto growled, surprised by the anger he suddenly felt boiling within himself. If you wanted to survive this you should have left me alone. Your honeyed voice utters my name as if you know me, as if you care about me enough to make me falter. And what is my reward? Treason. Lies. And no. Naruto-kun, I didn't do that. Could you please? Ino's plea was cut short when his chakra erupted. The last thing she saw was fire spreading over his body, red lines glowing on his face like embers, and his eyes. Those anger-filled eyes. But it was the whispered words that followed which remained stuck in her mind. Those words, they kept returning, always making her ponder what they meant. Haunting her in her nightmares, they kept repeating themselves, over and over again, along with the question, what happened to Naruto-kun? The limbs, mere meat. The torso, but a vessel. The head, all but unnecessary. The heart, separate, keeps life. The heart, safe from the blade, can be restored. The heart waits, in the fade. With the copperish taste of blood in her mouth, Ino realized she was back in her own body. The explosion of chakra had forced her out. Whatever had happened, Naruto had truly become powerful enough to earn his position within an organization such as Akatsuki. She felt hands on her shoulder, black eyes looking at her with worry. "You okay, Ino?" "Yes, Shika. But we need to run," Ino muttered, her head reeling from all which she had just witnessed. "The other Akatsuki came out, while you tried to take Kunomori down. Asuma-sensei and Choji are." An explosion drowned the sound of Shikamaru's voice. They saw Choji flying by, landing roughly while skipping over the ground. He was left unconscious, and Ino cringed when she saw the angle at which his arm was held. It was broken, at least at one or two spots. Close by, Asuma was panting. Kakuzu had sent Choji flying. Plus whatever Doden Jutsu was that the man used, Asuma struggled just to block Kakuzu's fists. "Right in the middle of things, surprisingly, money came looking for us," Kakuzu chuckled darkly. "I wonder what those fools that follow you did to get the brat in that state of mind. But, I will be lenient. Those 30 million from Kairiku made my day. Your 35 on top of that will make this the best payday I've had in decades. So as a bonus, I'll let you deal with the brat." "What is he?" Asuma felt the chakra that the blonde boy was accumulating. Or is Ino actually right? He looked at Kakuzu, who was withdrawing already. "One word of advice, Sarutobi Asuma," Kakuzu added darkly. "Don't let your guard down, or you'll die. And I can't have you end up like an unrecognizable corpse." Asuma frowned, but didn't look a gift horse in the mouth. If the tall man was so confident in the abilities of his partner, Asuma figured he would have his fight cut out for him. Attacking Kakuzu now, even if his back was turned towards him, would probably only remove what little chance at survival they had. A one-on-one fight was still better than the two-on-one alternative unless his team had something to offer. Asuma figured that he would be on his own, but hoped that reinforcements would arrive soon. These levels of chakra were bound to attract attention. The Sarutobi rushed towards his team. They wouldn't have much time before the other finished whatever he was preparing for. Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru was the first to speak up. Nothing of his usually lazy demeanor was left. "We should withdraw. Reinforcements should be nearby," Asuma grunted. "If we can buy some time, we might still have a chance." "That's too risky. It's not like you. Don't you get it?" Asuma barked. "That's the best thing we can do right now. These guys are way stronger than I am." Shikamaru's eyes widened, not being used to their sensei acting like this. "Ino, you and I cover Shikamaru," the other Akatsuki said he wouldn't interfere, "but we can't afford to trust that." "Sensei, if we know they're so much stronger, shouldn't we retreat and come up with a better strategy?" Ino tried. She wasn't sure how to put it in words, and she knew that it didn't really matter at this point either. Whether Kunomori was Naruto or not, he apparently had no memories of his old life. To make things even worse, there was that dark something within him, an evil that Ino could barely understand. He had thought it was her doing, but it wasn't. This wasn't the Naruto she once knew. This wasn't the Naruto she loved. This was their enemy. "Don't think they'll let their enemies get away that easily," Asuma shook his head. "They made it pretty clear that they're after my bounty. If we run without putting up a fight, we will all be annihilated. In the worst case scenario, you two will take Choji and run." "Sensei, no." "Yes, Shikamaru. They want my head due to the bounty that's on it. They are not targeting you three. It is the only logical way, and you know that. A Kinbu move doesn't really suit you," Shikamaru said darkly. "Hey, I'm not going to turn into a worthless piece just yet because you three are here too. Hopefully, Choji will wake up soon. If the stories of Shodai's Mokuton are true, we will need his physical strength." As if on his cue, a voice resounded. "Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu. Wood release, wood dragon technique." "A wood dragon?" Asuma paled. "Damn. Can this get any worse?" A gigantic wooden dragon entered their sight. The serpentine creature had a short trunk-like nose and long sharp teeth. It was a formidable jutsu, and by the way the eyes glowed up, Asuma feared that the creature had some kind of consciousness of its own as well. On top of the creature's head stood the blonde Akatsuki, his face somehow painted with crimson lines. "You should have listened when I gave you a way out," Naruto shouted. "But for messing with my mind, you will all pay the price." Asuma cast a look at Ino and Shikamaru. The latter had exhausted his chakra to give Ino a chance to subdue the Mokuton user, but Ino had failed. She had an odd look in her eyes, wild, and her chakra seemed to be too low to be of any use. With a jutsu of that level, Take Choji and run. Sensei, we can't do that. I am your Teiko, Asuma barked. You will obey my command. Our plans are pointless. This is a fight that is out of our league. Asuma-sensei, what about Ino started, but Shikamaru halted her. He dragged her along, to Choji. They were out of time. Ino was still recovering from her jutsu, Choji was knocked out, and Shikamaru knew he completely lacked the chakra to be of use at this point. Asuma was right. Against this power, no strategy would work out. The three of them would only drag Asuma down. Mokuton Haijutsu, Jukai Katan, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees, Naruto's voice resounded. Did you think I would let anyone get away? I told you that I will not allow anyone to invade my mind. I can't allow you to leave with whatever you've extracted from me. Team 10 found itself surrounded. A dense forest grew within moments, exactly according to Naruto's wishes. While he originally had nothing against Ino, she did invade his mind. For someone striving for freedom, it was unforgivable that another invaded that last bastion of free will. He was a tool, forced by circumstances and a lack of appealing alternatives, but someone attacking him within his mind was something that put Naruto off. In short, he was mad as hell. The nimble wooden dragon rushed forward, but before Naruto could reach his blonde attacker, her Teiko stepped in. Naruto couldn't really be bothered with whatever attack he used that spread those ashes. As if he thinks Mokuton is all I can do. Why do people always assume I'm a one-trick pony? Asuma was shocked when he saw the sequence of hand seals, but deemed it to be irrelevant. He was just a bit faster. His fireball would overpower the futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough, having the elemental advantage. How wrong the Jonin was. Whether wind usually just served to fan the flames or not, whether his Kaden, haze kishu, fire release, ash pile burning, ignited or not. The wind attack was stronger. Drawing his power from nature itself, Naruto's chakra reserves dwarfed that of the Jonin, to a degree that even Kakuzu frowned in mild surprise. Kakuzu knew his partner had the potential, knew that he was growing at an unbelievable rate, but to see this display was something different entirely. He had witnessed the outbursts of Naruto before, stopping his multiple rampages. Right now, however, that power was controlled and calm, unlike the wild state that Kakuzu usually saw. Now Kakuzu came to understand why Zetsu held the boy as a contingency against pain. Pain was powerful, but if the boy kept growing at this rate. The sea of flames created by Asuma's jutsu, which had been fanned out by Naruto's futon jutsu, forced the Jonin to leap back. The fire attack hadn't even damaged the wooden dragon, and the damage to the surrounding forest wasn't substantial enough either. Mokuton isn't the only thing I can do, Naruto growled. I gave you more chances than any of my previous bounties, but unfortunately. What the hell? Under the cover of the smoke which the fire had created, Asuma had vanished, only to reappear at Naruto's side. A knife, clad in wind chakra, lashed out to Naruto's head. Asuma might have caught Naruto slightly off guard, exploiting the fraction of a second which the blonde needed to dodge, but that did not mean that the dragon on whose head they stood couldn't react. Confirming Asuma's fear of it having a consciousness of its own, the dragon bucked up, making the Jonin losing his footing just enough for Naruto to get out of his range. Still, Naruto felt warm blood running down his neck. Almost, Naruto grunted. I don't even know why I'm giving them so many opportunities. I'm babbling like a cliché villain. Did I grow soft these past months, or is it that they seem to know the old me? And still. Even when I gave them so many openings, they still didn't run. No one had visited his grave. Zetsu's words resurfaced. These people knew the old Naruto, but obviously didn't care enough to really miss him. The sight of the shade within his mind occupied Naruto's thoughts. If that was what Konoha made him, he would never want to return. If that thing had been a representation of his old self, of his pain and suffering, he wouldn't want anything to do with the place that made him that way. No, Ajisai would offer him a much better place to stay. He didn't care where in the world he would be, as long as it was at her side. We will stop Akatsuki, even if it takes everything we have. It will take everything, Sarutobi Asuma, but it will achieve nothing, Naruto mumbled. Because our leader is right. With people like you, with a village like Konoha, the world will never cease to be at war. Adding action to his words, Naruto now went on the offensive. He let his dragon aim for the trio of Chunin, while he challenged the Jonin in close combat. Asuma was faster and had an advantage in reach, but Naruto was accustomed to battling superior opponents. But Naruto could exploit his Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, even at this range. Naruto had far more chakra, and could outlast the man. Before long, Asuma lost his trench knives, both ended up being stuck in vines. The creeping plants covered the ground, constantly forcing the Jonin to pull his legs free, which gave Naruto all the opportunity he needed. The greatest advantage which Naruto held, however, was one new to him as well. Never before had he tested out his physical strength while using energy from nature. Not even Naruto had anticipated that it would strengthen him to this degree. Asuma's hits barely hurt, while Naruto's fists left the Jonin grimacing in pain. Suten, Miza Ame Nabara, water release, field of molasses. Syrup? Naruto frowned. The incoming club wasn't even worrying him. If these two new opponents thought they could catch him this easily, they were severely underestimating him. Sidestepping, Naruto roughly hit the spiky-haired opponent in the face with the back of his hand. Naruto felt the man's nose break. Kotetsu. I wonder why I hesitated. Was my resolve this fragile? Naruto pondered. I will have to do more things which I don't like. But if I don't act, the wars will just continue like always. I have strength, so I carry a responsibility, not towards myself, but to Ahi-chan. I promised her that we'd be together once Akatsuki was done. These people stand between me and Ahi-chan. Even if I become a monster, if it is for Ahi-chan I will do it. No more pity. No more hesitation. They had gotten their chance. Roots enveloped this Kotetsu, crushing the man's torso in the process. Wait, Izumo, don't. Asuma tried to stop the other Chunin, but the young man was too angry, an anger that led to his own undoing. Vengeance, can't you see this is what fuels all wars? Naruto grunted, pulling his hand from Izumo's chest. The shocked expression on the man's face stilled, and after a few more spasms his body would remain motionless forever. At least the Jonin seems to be aware that those alive are more important than those who have already perished. With as much disgust as despair, Asuma rushed towards his team. Namiyashi Raido and Yamashiro Aoba had backed up Shikamaru, Ino, and the still groggy Choji. We need to go. The Jonin growled, putting the majority of his reserves in a fire attack which surprised the dragon, as the Jonin came from its back. Mokuton, Tsutorushi, would release poison ivy. The soil got covered with flowering plants, which made Ino, who was touched by it first, scream out in pain. The skin on her legs seemed to be burning red, and her movements faltered. She would have fallen if not for Asuma. Her short skirt was truly a bad choice of clothing against this form of attack. Go, Aoba shouted. We'll hold him off. You four should get out. We'll catch up soon enough. Foolish, Naruto jumped down. You're all within my forest. Did it honestly not occur to you that I was simply holding back? Whatever attachments you had to me, it would seem they vanished along with my memories. Memories? Shikamaru gasped. And Naruto? No, that can't be. Mokuton, Keijikai Karin, would release Advent of a World of Flowering Trees. The trees which Naruto had created earlier grew flowers, flowers which bloomed and spread pollen into the atmosphere. Jonin, Tokubutsu Jonin, and Chunin, they all fell to the poisonous mist. Breathing in the pollen, they quickly fell. Asuma struggled with all his willpower to stay awake, but it was useless. Naruto was too strong. This only puts them all to sleep, Naruto drawled. But be happy. None of the others hold bounties. They will wake up in a few hours, unharmed. Well, the girl might have some difficulties with that poison ivy, but if they hurry back to Konoha after waking up, she should be able to live. Monsters. Good or evil is merely a matter of perspective, Asuma-san. Your death will fund the... Naruto suddenly scowled. Kakuzu jumped down at his side, still carrying the suitcase that contained the bounty on Kairiku's head, also scowling. Damn it, why does it have to be now? Stop it, Kakuzu grumbled. 3 freaking days, Naruto sighed. Then again, Kisame was rather pissed off when we were first to get a target. I'm not going to hand over my prized bounty this easily. We'll have to return to these guys later on. The Jinchuriki of the Inbi was captured. All members had to meet at the Call of Pain, aiding in the sealing. It meant Kakuzu and Naruto would have to hurry and find a safe place to stay for the time being. Asuma did not know any of this, though. He just saw the 2 Akatsuki retreat, one of them being a former Genin he had known pretty well due to the boy's relation to Ino. He wondered why they retreated so suddenly, and then the pollen put him to a deep sleep. The knocking continued. Ajisai turned around, dragging the blanket over her ears, pushing her head into her pillow, and still the annoying sound persisted. Annoyed, she dragged herself out of bed. It still smelled of Naruto, and she would rather have dreamt on about him than wake up. Sealing techniques were awesome. Her entire apartment looked different with the new furniture. It still was small, but at least it was cozy now. Aisi quickly slipped on her clothes, and found herself greeted by the sight of her two teammates when she opened the door. Aisi, Fuyo tapped her feet on her ground, obviously impatient. You were late. What were you doing? Fuyo was as old as Aisi was, a kunoichi with long black hair that covered the entire left side of her face. Her purple eyes were always half open, giving her a somewhat bored expression. She wore a violet long-sleeved dress with purple pants and shinobi sandals. In addition to her outfit, she had a light violet sash draped over her right shoulder and a yellow choker. Over her shoulder hung her usual umbrella, Fuyo being one of the many who used it as a senbon launcher. We were supposed to meet up this morning, Swearin agreed, equally annoyed, although in a calmer tone of voice. Swearin was always the more level-headed of the two. Swearin had long, wild, dark green hair. The top of her head was covered under a cloth which she wore in a bandana style, to which her hitai was attached. Most of her slim face was hidden, if not by the hair or the bandana, then by the black mask which covered her lower face. What caused her to have such scars was something even Fuyo and Aisi didn't know, but they did not prod either. Those burns were not natural, and Aisi wasn't exactly willing to talk about her own past prior to joining the reformed Amigakure either. She had only trusted Naruto enough to tell what happened. Swearin had quite the talent at Suten Jutsu, and much like Fuyo, she also had talent as a censor. Swearin wore the same light purple poncho as usual, on top of a violet kimono with a brown-orange sash, and bandages around her arms and hands. Her light purple-colored eyes usually observe the world calmly, with the sole exception being when consuming alcohol. Swearin was extremely bad at dealing with intoxicating beverages. So sorry, I forgot, Aisi yawned. Come in. I've got to gather my supplies first. Wow, Fuyo exclaimed upon seeing how the sober apartment had changed. How did you pull this off? Furniture aside, what is with that ring? Swearin narrowed her eyes. What happened to you, Aisi? I got claimed? She smiled weakly. What? Both kunoichi replied furiously. No, not him, Aisi assured them. Fuyo and Swearin knew of the jonin who had been annoying Aisi for a while. Me and N. Kuno Mori-kun, she stuttered slightly. She wasn't feeling too comfortable under the glares of her teammates either. He is strong, Fuyo knew. The trio had sparred against him on several occasions, when he had wanted to try out skills he had thought up. Fuyo, in particular, did not have fond memories of that. She was the first one to fall to his poison ivy, although he had personally removed the toxins, it had still itched like hell. But is his claim something you want, Aisi? We'll help you kill him if he took you against your will, and... Please don't, Aisi smiled. To be honest, it is more like I claimed him, than the other way around. Kuno Mori-kun is too gentle to act so aggressively. But I told you this as friends, make sure you keep it to yourselves. I trust you, but Kuno Mori-kun is powerful, so he will attract enemies that might target me, or even you, because of him. He has the same cloak as Pain-sama, Swearin agreed. But I agree with Fuyo, if he does anything wrong to you, he'll die. Powerful or not, we made a promise. We did, Aisi still smiled. To protect each other from the men who'd still think the old ways were good. But Kuno Mori-kun is different from the men in Ame. Better. But you don't need to protect me from him or his reputation. It would seem he has changed quite a bit over these past few months, Swearin frowned. He was so cold and distant at first. He acted nice enough, but that was only a facade. That bastard would kill anyone without blinking an eye, Fuyo muttered. But it's not like he was cruel or anything, but just aimless. Perhaps that is why they ended up together, Swearin wondered out loud. Aisi needed something to live for as well. You make it sound like I was completely depressing, Aisi felt a little hurt by the accusation. Sure, with the things she'd been through, she knew she wasn't exactly a cheerful little ray of sunshine, but she couldn't have been that bad, right? She idolized Konan, and shared their goal of ending the wars that tormented Amigakure. I did have something to live for, even before I met Kuno Mori-kun. As a kunoichi, perhaps, but not as a woman. That's a bit harsh, Swearin. She is, but she's right, Fuyo huffed. How many years have we been working together? I think I can count the number of times I've seen you smile on 2 hands. Life isn't only about duty and logic, Swearin agreed. Although we do have a duty. Remember that we were supposed to report in so that Tenchi-sama could give us our next mission? You were missing during that. I forgot, Ajisai gasped. She slapped herself to the forehead. I really messed up. Ugh, those dreams I keep having since I slept with him, it's only getting worse the longer he's gone. It almost felt real. Lovesick, Fuyo pointed at Ajisai, earning her a glare, but Swearin uncharacteristically giggled at the sight. First Ajisai is in love, and now you're acting all girly? What is wrong with this world? Oh, can it? Swearin playfully slapped Fuyo on her head. But now, the remark of Tenchi-sama makes sense. With Ajisai connected to Kunomori-san, giving her low-profile missions would be best. Low-profile missions? We are assigned to border patrol duty, on the northeastern border, Fuyo repeated what Konan had told them. Nothing ever happens in the region, it isn't really a border to Hai no Kuni nor Kusa, so. Well, it is no man's land. Tenchi-sama knows. Ajisai cringed a little at the memory of her waking up at Naruto's side while Konan stood there next to them. It was not the way she wanted to be seen by her idol. But at least she and Naruto hadn't gone that far yet, at that point. It would seem like Naruto-kun actually threatened her, in case something would happen to me. He's crazy. Is he really willing to defy a god, just for me? The thought alone made her heart jump around like a chipmunk on coffee. The idea that he valued someone like her to such a degree was hard to understand for Ajisai. Lao, Earth to Ajisai? Fuyo was waving her hand in front of the purple-haired girl. Sorry, she mumbled. I kinda spaced out. Fuyo huffed and walked on. Swearin shrugged and followed. Once outside the tower, which contained, among many others, Ajisai's apartment, Ajisai suddenly grew worried. If they were out in the field for so long, what if? Those birth control jutsu are reliable, right? What? It was the first time Ajisai heard Swearin shriek. Usually Fuyo took that role. But Fuyo had tripped over her own feet, falling face down into the mud, so she couldn't scream. Ajisai absent-mindedly noted that Swearin currently looked a lot like a strawberry, with her green hair and bright red blush. Even high up the tower, the green-haired girl's shriek was audible. The only effect it had was that Konan's brow was raised another millimeter. The banter of the 3 teenage kunoichi had not gone as unnoticed as the girls had thought. You have given them a different mission. If it had been any other matter, Konan would have felt a tinge of guilt for acting against Nagato's plans. But this case was different. At least, to her it was. Yes. Why? I already told you. Konan turned towards the animated corpse of her former lover, Pain's preferred path. I cannot find it in myself to agree with your plans regarding that girl. Using Ajisai to bind Kunomori, out of the love these two felt for each other, was something she could not agree with. Mokuton or not, Konan felt her heart ache at the thought that she'd see them being manipulated, just like Yahiko ended up dying all those years ago. As such, even though she rarely did so, Konan disagreed with Nagato. You are too lenient towards the girl. To give her a mission out there. Pain's monotonous voice withered for a moment, seemingly thinking. There is nothing there. Nothing has happened in the last 3 years in that area. You sent her there to protect her. Do you disagree that strongly? Do you think Ajisai and Kunomori are ignorant, Nagato? Do you think they are not aware their relationship could be used against them? Konan let a small amount of her cold fury leak into her voice. Kunomori is capable on his own, but Ajisai is merely a chunin. And despite everything that surrounds him, she accepted him. Despite the odds, she loves him. And judging by the way Kunomori threatened her, Konan realized that he was as protective of Ajisai as Yahiko had once been when it involved her. Love will not end pain. Love will not end wars. Love will not protect anyone. Only. Nagato, is it so wrong to believe in love, rather than only seeing pain? Konan countered. Why else are we doing all this, if not for the love we feel for those we have lost? She knew Nagato's plan was the only viable solution, as the human race was too violent and immature to listen to anything but excessive violence. But it didn't mean that Konan could ignore the small things that made life worthwhile. When she looked at Ajisai, the once so solemn girl who now seemed so filled with hope, Konan saw her younger self, when she and Yahiko had just gotten together. It hurt, to see Ajisai like that, as it remembered Konan of the happy times which had ended in tragedy. But at the same time, Seeing this young love from a distance made her feel a relief and joy which confused her. Nagato wouldn't understand. He only sees pain. Pain blinds him from seeing everything that is the opposite. Nagato never loved like I did. Pain was born in suffering, and at times I fear that the identity of pain replaced Nagato, she thought solemnly. Regardless, he is all that I have left. Everyone else died, and those responsible must pay the price. But not at the expense of these young lovers. Not if I can help it. Bonus, red hot-blooded habanero. Ive, one of the two girls that had entered the little forest, called out. Swearin', Fuyo tried to hush her friend, to no avail. What? Don't shout like that. You know that you're not very convincing when you're saying it while raising your voice, right? Swearin' couldn't help but retort dryly. That isn't the point, Fuyo hissed through the hands she clasped in front of her own mouth. We shouldn't be here. Why not? Ajisai said we could come here any time we want, Swearin' shrugged, not seeing her black-haired friend's point. She did, but that's not what worries me. Him? Him, Fuyo admitted reluctantly. You've not forgotten that poison ivy thing, have you? How could I forget it? Swearin' donned a faint smile, even though she tried to repress her amusement. Fuyo had complained about her itching legs for days. It had been the reason why Swearin' had been forced to convince Fuyo to enter these training grounds again. He's insane. You're shouting again, Swearin' sighed. And he's not. He healed you, didn't he? Fuyo grimaced, but chose to remain silent. Kuno Mori of Akatsuki would not be her favorite person in the world. It worried her that their friend had been tasked with looking after him. His crazy experiments with new jutsu would undoubtedly put Ajisai in danger. That was the angle through which Swearin' had eventually managed to convince Fuyo to come along. Both of them being censor-type kunoichi, they both were very well aware of how monstrous of a shinobi this Kuno Mori was. Aside from the two leaders of Amiga Corps, Kami and his angel, there was no one whom they had ever seen to possess such insane levels of chakra. While he was a bit distant, Swearin' didn't see much of a problem in Kuno Mori. He was surprisingly kind for someone of his level. And the way he hid the bottom half of his face made her wonder what he would look like. She oddly fancied the thought of him being a hottie. They both wore masks, so they were a perfect match, right? Fuyo was more hostile in her opinion. Being poisoned by him, she didn't quickly forgive or forget his transgressions. Of the three, she was the fiercest during their spars against him, the most eager to make him pay. And she was also the one which took her unavoidable defeat the hardest. What vexed her even more was that she, deep down, understood why Ajisai admired the guy so much. His powers were nothing short of miraculous. Sprouting forests at a whim, creating dragons, and the list went on. What he did wasn't normal. What he did wasn't fitting for a normal mortal man. Fuyo wanted to slap her friend. Don't you agree that it's better for him to know that we're walking through this forest, than to fall victim to one of his shenanigans because he didn't know we were close? Swearin' shook her head in exasperation when Fuyo suddenly started shouting for Ajisai. Ajisai, however, did not hear her friends approaching. She was preoccupied, watching Kuno Mori as he conducted another experiment. They marveled at the sight of the unusual plant. About 120 centimeters high, it wasn't so much that it deviated from the rest of the foliage, if not for the white-green colored flowers. As they watched, they saw the flowers bloom and sprout its green fruit. Green turned yellow, which led to orange, red, and eventually a brownish kind of color. In hindsight, neither of the girls understood why they weren't running away at that point. Then again, many things that go wrong are horribly easy to avoid. In hindsight, at least. Right now, they were just stupidly ogling the plant's accelerated growth process. Until the fruit shriveled and exploded, at least. At that point they weren't able to see anything anymore. Their eyes were burning as if someone poured napalm over them. Not even mentioning their noses and mouths. While Ajisai was helping her friend to wash out their eyes, Naruto walked through the clearing. A mild futon jutsu had removed the airborne peppers. It turned out that using his chakra to grow the seeds of the habanero pepper was a mild success. He had no idea as to how the fruits had exploded and created such a hot mist, though he figured he would have to keep a few habanero seeds in his packings, in case he'd ever need to defeat at Hyuga. Inducing temporary blindness in such a way would make such a battle quite a bit easier. Now I only need to figure out a fitting name, Naruto mumbled to himself, idly dodging the badly thrown kunai. Fuyo was still mostly blind. Akai Chizio no habanero sounds fitting, for some reason. Somewhere in the afterlife a certain woman was suddenly feeling very, very proud of her son. Chapter 8. Monolith. How is she, Tsunade-sama? Ino will survive, the Hokage sighed as she settled down behind her desk. If you had returned any later, she could have lost that leg. I haven't seen a poison as potent as that in many years. Thank you. I just did what I'm here for, Asuma. Now, tell me what happened. I heard about Kotetsu and Izumo, but how did it happen? Why did they die? Kuno Mori, Shikamaru grunted. Ino was still asleep, and Choji was recovering from the multiple fractures he had suffered during the fight, but he was still relatively fine. Shikamaru hadn't been really injured, only exhausted. We spotted him sitting outside the bounty station, waiting for his partner after bringing Kairiku in. I thought I told you not to recklessly engage Akatsuki, Tsunade frowned, obviously displeased. We messed up, Asuma lied. Truthfully, it was Ino who had blurted out Naruto's name upon seeing the blonde boy, but he wasn't going to rat her out. They had failed as a team, so they would share the blame equally as well. I thought we could do it. We got very close as well. But his Mokuton. I've never felt a power like that ever before. How did they copy my grandfather's Kekkei Genkai like that? Tsunade-sama, I doubt it was a copy. It was something. I don't know, I have never seen the power of Shodai-sama in person, but I can't believe he would have given off such a sinister aura. Tenzo is nothing in comparison. Shikamaru managed to trap him, giving Ino the opportunity to use her Shintenshin no Jutsu. That is when the other man, Kakuzu, showed up, Shikamaru continued, backing up his Teiko and Sensei. Kuno Mori somehow broke Ino's jutsu, and got angry. I don't know why Kakuzu retreated, though. Kakuzu said that Kuno Mori alone would be sufficient to defeat the four of us. Well, 3 at that point, because Choji was knocked unconscious. Kakuzu could have taken me down, with more ease than I'd like to admit, giving Kuno Mori the perfect opportunity to kill Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Well, not that he needed to be given an advantage even if all the squads that had set out to find Kairiku had joined together, we still would barely have had a chance of killing Kuno Mori. The fact that worries me most is that I can't even say how much he held back on us. He was toying with us, Shikamaru agreed. In hindsight, it would even seem that he left us plenty of opportunities to back away from the battle. We should have done that. I see. It would seem that this makes it inevitable. Tsunade-sama? She gestured to her Anbu guard to get lost, before she would continue to talk freely. After what happened in Suna and Kiri, we had been approached by the recently instated God Im Mizukage, requesting a cage summit. A cage summit? Asuma gasped. Of all 5 nations? That is impossible. No, it is not. From what Jiraiya reported, it would seem that Komagakure has already lost the Nibi, and increased security on the Hachibi rigorously. It is unknown what happened in Iwa, but rumor has it that the Jinchuriki of the Inbi can't be found anywhere. If the 5 villages are ever to get a chance to unite against a common threat, it would be now. So it affects everyone, Shikamaru grimaced. Everyone except us, that is. You are wrong, Shikamaru, Asuma muttered. We were dragged into this before any of the other villages. Asuma. Don't tell me that what Ino said. Tsunade abruptly stood up from her chair, putting her hands on the desk with such force that the wood creaked. I thought it was fever playing tricks on her mind. Don't tell me that she's right? Kuno Mori is someone who lost his memories, who knows he is from Konoha, and who stated that he was surprised that we knew both names he was known under. Asuma cringed when Tsunade grabbed him by the collar. Ino called out to Naruto, and I nearly succeeded in exploiting the moment he needed to recover from the surprise. At the last moment, shortly before they somehow were forced to retreat, he even assured me that nothing would happen to the others, because he had only fought us because of my bounty. He said that? Shikamaru couldn't suppress his skepticism. Sensei, how can that guy be Naruto? We all know how he and Ino were. There's no way Naruto would put Ino into the hospital with such poisons. And Naruto never had such a Kekkei Genkai either. Hell, even his chakra was different from the old Naruto. I don't know what happened, Asuma ignored Shikamaru's outburst, seeing the blonde who seemed to be ready to choke the life out of him as a more urgent threat. But Kuno Mori did state that he lost his memories. I couldn't sense any of the Kyuubi's chakra, though. But who knows what they did to him? Perhaps they extracted the Kyuubi, and he somehow survived, but lost his memories? We have to ask Ino what she saw in his mind. Tsunade let go of the Jonin's collar and turned away. Facing the window, the only thing she did was shout out, and the two males knew enough. Their Hokage needed to be left alone now, both for her sake and theirs. It was not that Tsunade wished to hurt anyone. She just didn't want anyone to see her break down. Still, it took all of her self-control to wait until the door of her office was closed. Only then did she allow herself to cry, unseen by the village that counted on her strength. Naruto was beginning to get slightly annoyed by the long time it took to seal a Baiju away. The first 4 were done now, so there were still 5 to go. 15 more days of this crap, Naruto groused inwardly. But it had to be done. Leaving the world as it is was not an option to him, having seen enough of the ugly side of the current system of the hidden villages. Konoha, Suna, Iwa. They're all the same. They claim to desire peace, but in the meanwhile they abuse the tiny nations that lie in between, to wage their petty conflicts. If they truly wanted peace, they would not seek out conflict. Just like those Konoha nin before, they could have escaped. I gave them plenty of opportunities, but instead they chose to attack me. Why? Why would they insist on violence when there was a peaceful option? Pain was right. The world wouldn't change willingly. It had to be forced to change. Those in power profited from the conflict, and wouldn't want it to end. The shinobi villages only got their funding from their daimyos if there was fear of the other nations. A peaceful world would collapse the economy of the hidden villages. Without their services being in demand, without conflicts to hone their skills, they would grow weak and obsolete. It wasn't in the best interest of a hidden village to relinquish all conflict. Besides, with all the grudges, no peace would ever last. Even someone like Pain would be incapable of living in a world of peace. His hatred is too strong to peacefully live alongside those who caused him and his nation to suffer. But the lack of a reasonable alternative to his plan is just frustrating. Naruto idly looked around at the environment they were rushing through. Kakuzu had gone even more silent than usual, and his eyes had a glint of madness which Naruto had rarely seen. Then again, they were heading towards his former home village. It'll probably end up with more death, more unnecessary violence. How are we to change the world if we do exactly the same thing as those who we condemn? Naruto spat on the ground, frustrated. I wish I could avoid all this shit. But I know I can't. I have to take my responsibility now, so that Ahi-chan has a world of peace after this. Even if it is just a temporary peace, we, and even our children, should be able to enjoy it. Perhaps our children or our grandchildren can find a way to bring peace, and succeed where we failed? They were dreams of the future. Naruto suspected that he was the only one within Akatsuki who truly looked forward to a better future. This had been Ajisai's gift to him. Some, like Pain and Konan, only seemed to aim for vengeance. None really knew what Zetsu wanted, but others, like Kisame, Kakuzu, and Hidan, just wanted violence. Sasori wished to prove his art, and to be eternal. That creepy Orochimaru wanted to gather knowledge and amass all jutsu into one of his bodies. Naruto really thought that man was wrong, but while both were part of Akatsuki, he couldn't act against him. Naruto did think Guren made a grave mistake with her loyalty. He really could not understand why she trusted that snake so much. Build a cabin. We're taking a break. We'll attack Takigakure in the morning, Kakuzu grunted. Naruto shrugged and did as asked. Well, Kakuzu did not ask, but rather commanded, but Naruto was used to it. The building he created had 2 rooms, one for Kakuzu, one for Naruto. As Kakuzu would notice anyone who'd get too close, Naruto was never too bothered with putting up barriers, which he could do now, thanks to the ceiling tags which Ajisai had given him. He unsealed some food, one of Ajisai's onigiri, and drank some water. Feeling content, Naruto unsealed a blanket and lay down in the moss-filled bed. It was soft and warm, and best of all, the blanket still smelled of Ajisai. I really got to seek out the guy who wrote those Icha novels. The man's a genius. On the other hand, perhaps it wasn't too smart to use a blanket which still smelled of his girlfriend and lover. Not that he minded those dreams, but they did tend to leave him waking up rather tired and messy. In the other room, Kakuzu found himself to be unable to sleep. The idea of returning to Takigakure had crossed his mind several times. Why he had never exacted his revenge earlier was something he could not say. It was probably because there was no profit in it. At least, there was no profit that outweighed the cost of attacking an entire village. Minor village or not, engaging the entire forces of Taki would be a task which would likely cost him a heart or 2, perhaps even 3. But that was under the assumption of having to launch an attack on his own. With Naruto at his side, however. How many years had passed since he had abandoned the village that had forsaken him? How many years had it been since he had been sent out to assassinate the indomitable Hashirama, the Shodai Hokage, whose presence alone had forced all conflicts to end? Takigakure had not wanted peace. The way Hashirama stood in the way of future conflicts meant for Takigakure that the village would not get opportunities to expand its power. The leadership wanted to be as strong and influential as the 5 strongest villages, and for that they needed conflict that would enable them to expand their territories into the land of earth, but also into the grounds of Kusagakure. That was why they sent Kakuzu, their best and most loyal, to do the job. The future of Taki had been tied to his success, that was what they had told him. In hindsight, it was rather obvious that Kakuzu would fail. Perhaps the foolish council of Taki had never understood the power of Hashirama, or perhaps they had intended to get rid of Kakuzu from the very start, fearing his power. He couldn't say. The fact remained that he failed, that Takigakure had been highly embarrassed, and that Kakuzu had been sacrificed. Wounded, he had returned, helpless to resist arrest, and was thrown into jail until Takigakure could turn over their traitor to Konoha. Who could blame Kakuzu for losing all trust and loyalty? He stole their kinjutsu, slaughtered the council, and never set foot in Taki again. Yes, he kept tabs on his old village. For instance, he knew that his elder brother's grandson had been in charge of the village until his death, several years ago. Kakuzu did not know who succeeded him, whether it was his, rumored, incapable son, or the council of elders. Kakuzu did not care. They all bore the sins of their ancestors. They would pay for their sins tomorrow. Kakuzu could not care less about their Jinchuriki. Naruto could catch the girl. Isolated and hated, that girl was not someone he disliked. She probably hated Taki just as much as he did, which would put her on the good side of Kakuzu's equation. However, Akatsuki needed the Nanabi. It was unfortunate for her, but such was her fate. The citizens would likely only receive her death with cheer. Perhaps there were 1 or 2 within the military of Taki who would be sane enough to realize the significance of their loss, but they would be a minority. Sanity was always outnumbered by ignorance. Patience had never been a virtue that Kakuzu possessed in abundance, but this night really lasted torturously long. It was an hour before sunrise when he was fed up with it. It was rather annoying. The brat had always woke up in the middle of night, haunted by nightmare of which the boy did not know the origins, but ever since his stay in Amigakure he could sleep like a log. Wake up, brat, we'll leave in 20. Kicking a beehive, that was pretty much the only analogy that crossed Naruto's mind right now. The two had made their plan of attack, with Naruto going after the Jinchuriki and Kakuzu causing a distraction, but after just barging into the village they had been surrounded by quite a number of shinobi. Prepared for battle, Naruto was already filled to the brim with chakra. He had taken as much energy from nature as he possibly could, giving him the usual invincible feeling. It was not that Naruto was arrogant, but rather, in this state he became aware of how insignificant most others were, compared to his power. This entire village only had a handful of shinobi that would qualify as proper jonin, while he knew that even double their numbers would fail against him now. That didn't even include Kakuzu. Naruto wondered what had gotten into the old man. Kakuzu was more homicidal than Naruto had ever seen before, including during their training sessions. He had never gotten into the specifics about Kakuzu's defection, but it seemed like he had one hell of a grudge against his old village. That much had been obvious to Naruto the very moment when Kakuzu had made him the one who'd have to capture the Jinchuriki. Kakuzu never acted as a distraction. No, the Jinchuriki wasn't Kakuzu's main goal this time. Naruto going after the Jinchuriki, instead, Kakuzu was the distraction. Well, you wanted the village, so they're all yours. Naruto looked at his partner. I could make you a dragon in order to smash things up a little. Why, you're Akatsuki, stammered one of the elder shinobi, one of the few jonin. Apparently, he was the senior shinobi out here, being the one in charge of this. Well, Naruto was not willing to call this feeble group of trembling men a line of defense. How observant, Kakuzu drawled. If we heard you people are after the Jinchuriki. You are wasting his time, Naruto warned. That's usually a bad plan when it comes to Kakuzu. The response to the name almost was funny. The group, already terrified by these two overwhelmingly strong opponents, was now practically frozen in terror. Their boogeyman, their demon of Taki's dark past, had returned to haunt them. Parents had scared their children with stories of Taki's most dangerous traitor. Those who wrote history were seldom unbiased, who had murdered many innocent men, women, and children, just to satisfy his lust for blood. If why you are a after ORJ Jinchuriki, you can have her, the leader stuttered. His face had gone pale. You're willing to sell her out? Naruto said disbelievingly. You'd rather give up one of your own, than fight side by side? Disgusting. You hidden villages really don't deserve anything, do you? She's not one of us. Someone within the group shouted. That bitch is a demon. Yeah, we're not going to take the fall for someone like that. Just take her away, Akatsuki. Take her and leave us alone. Yeah, let that traitor join the other traitor. These people, in their fear or ignorance, never realized that what they did, what they said, was exactly the wrong thing. Being betrayed by the village, as reward for attempting to do the impossible mission they issued him, Kakuzu already had a grudge against Takigakure. These remarks were like throwing salt in the man's wounds. Needless to say, the gathered shinobi did not live on for much longer. Their selfish pleas had been their undoing. Naruto let him go. Not that he liked it, but cooperation with Kakuzu was still a necessity. Killing Kakuzu was something he'd do later on. The training methods which the old man had used were still something Naruto wanted to repay him for, with interest. But, while Akatsuki needed Kakuzu, Naruto could not act. He could not afford to antagonize pain while Ajisai was living in Amigakure. This would be so much easier if I had been as emotionless and unattached as Zetsu and Kakuzu told me to be. Well, I pretty much was that way. And then a He-chan happened. I can't say it is making my current job much easier, though. Hunting targets without giving a damn is definitely easier. On the other hand, now I have purpose. Now I have a reason why I act, Naruto mused, while idly watching how Kakuzu and his thread-like monsters tore through the ranks. One or two idiots were stupid enough to mistake Naruto's lack of action for weakness, but none of them lasted very long. These guys build a village around the largest tree I've ever seen, and then look surprised when its roots impale them, Naruto muttered. He started moving. He had seen a pair of orange eyes. Those eyes had been wide open, shocked, when the shinobi had exclaimed that they could take the Jinchuriki away freely. Naruto had felt her chakra from the very start. Mastery of the Sunshine no Jutsu was truly the bread and butter of a shinobi's job. Hello, Fu. Naruto's mastery exceeded that of the poor Jinchuriki. Rinpun, scale powder, she breathed out a cloud of powder, probably meant to attack him. One chakra enhanced Sai later, and the powder was unable to reach Naruto, scattered to the winds. I granted you some time to at least witness the end of the fools who were willing to sell you out, Naruto muttered. And still you attack me? What do you want from Fu? Fu was pretty much everything that Zetsu had reported. She was a petite, almost androgynous, tan-skinned kunoichi with orange eyes and mint green hair, a little shorter than Naruto, and not wearing too many clothes, not that there was too much shape to show off. Akatsuki wants the Baijuu that's sealed within you. I'm sorry, it's nothing personal, but I'll have to capture you. Why? Haven't you people done enough bad to Fu already? The whole world is suffering, Naruto sighed, you, me, everyone. But the Baijuu can pave the way to peace. To end all the unnecessary bloodshed, to free all humans from this endless cycle of violence, that is why I have to capture you. Fu would rather live. Naruto frowned when she flipped him off, spouted wings, and flew up. The ability to fly. Interesting. But futile. All trees were under his command. This large tree was no exception. It was towering over the village, acting almost as a roof, making the ability to fly quite futile. Good thing Zetsu already did his research, Naruto mumbled to himself. It would be hell to track her down if she got away. Let Fu go, she shouted, struggling against the wooden appendage that had caught her mid-air. As you wish, he crudely threw her down, making enough of an impact to leave an imprint of the girl into the ground. Naruto took no pleasure in it, but she had to be bound. Transporting her while she was unconscious would be easier, especially for his conscience. My conscience. I'm a coward. As if it is any less worse what I do, if I don't get to know the girl. Am I that scared to discover she's not a bad person, but that I'm bad? I already know that what I do is unforgivable. But I don't do it for myself anymore. If my actions can bring peace, if they can give a He-chan a peaceful world, I have to do it. However, she did not go down as easily as he had hoped. Her chakra spiked, forcing him to create more and more roots to hold her down. This isn't going to work. Fine. Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu, would release, would dragon technique. It was unfair, actually. Naruto's ability to suppress a Baiju's chakra, through the wood dragon, and Fu's lack of proper training, made the battle completely one-sided, and short. Sapped of her chakra, Fu eventually stopped struggling. Stuck between the jaws of the dragon, Naruto thought it to be best to keep her there. Minor injuries wouldn't be a problem, and the dragon wouldn't try to kill her. Naruto had ordered the creature to incapacitate, but to let her survive. Was that the extent of the battle between the two? No. No, defeating her was where his trouble began. A splitting headache forced him down to his knees, and then all went black. Welcome back. That chakra was a good trigger. Naruto blinked, still feeling like his head was about to explode. There was a smell of flowers and forest, moss and decaying wood. He blinked once more, and finally his vision started to get less blurry. Pushing himself from the ground, he found himself back in the odd forest in which he had been once before. Last time, that blonde girl had been there, invading his mind. But he had thought that it was a genjutsu, that she tricked him, something which had infuriated him. However, Yamanaka Ino wasn't here, not outside his mind, and not inside, nor any other Yamanaka, for that matter. But the shadowy copy of himself was there, as ethereal as it was the last time. Its black and red eyes were filled with a rage that seemed to be aimed at everything in the world. So, you really aren't an illusion? Naruto frowned. That would mean the Yamanaka girl was honest, and I falsely accused her. Oh well, that Jonin should have gotten her back to Konoha in time to fix that poison. Next time I meet her, I'll let her live, perhaps even apologize. I told you that, moron. Sure you would, but why would I trust you? A sensible choice, unlike many others you made. Cut the crap, what the hell are you? If this is my mind, why are you here? I thought I told you that already, the shadowy Naruto drawled. I am who you once were. I am the true you, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki? Naruto frowned. My name is Uzumaki Naruto? Perhaps, the shadow laughed mockingly. But the being you are now does not have the right to carry that name, Kuno Mori. So consider it our little secret. Not that you would trust Zetsu and Kakuzu with that tidbit of knowledge. After all, they should know your name too, but chose to leave you in the dark. But tell me, do you feel proud that you captured that girl? Shunned and hated her entire life, just because she carries the burden they put on her themselves. She led a life of loneliness and pain, and then you bravely swooped in, condemning her to death. Is that the extent of your heroism? If you are truly me, you should know that heroism is for fools. How many heroes are there? Naruto scoffed. How many fight in each battle? A weak man who overcomes his fears and confronts a stronger opponent could be called a hero. But what does a hero achieve? Does a hero change the world? How far did heroism bring you, old me? You perished and became me, only because Zetsu took an interest in me. And who knows what he is scheming? You know nothing, Uzumaki Naruto. I know the vile nature of mankind, Naruto retorted. As much as you, if I judge you by the look in your eyes. But I'm tired of it. I was prepared for war, but all my victims so far only wanted to live. How many bounties did I collect of people who were merely trying to escape the system of the hidden villages? Yes, what you are doing now is definitely a lot better. Furthering the plans of Akatsuki, unleashing a war that could end all wars. You don't even see the extent of your own foolishness. If that is the price of peace, then it should be paid. Continuing this downward spiral will only bring more suffering, more death. People like Aisi, her friends, or even Pain and Konan themselves. They were created by these circumstances, just like I was created by your death. My death? I never died, brat. I survived. But it is you who will perish. How? Naruto scoffed. Because Zetsu is scheming? Because Pain wants to manipulate me? I'll get stronger. I'll grow. And one day I can escape their shadow. One day they will stand in mine. Foolish. That little bit of power will not change a thing, Shadow Naruto chuckled. Did Hashirama stop violence? No, he merely transformed the world. Rather than wars between clans you now wage wars between villages. The scale increased, the violence increased. You self-righteously create excuses for your wrongdoings, but in the end you are just the same as everyone else. Those caught in between the great nations suffer their power. Akatsuki will end that. And if they won't, I'll do it myself. I swore that Ahi-chan would live in a world free of war, that we could enjoy a life of peace, where she could enjoy her days without being worried by the burdens of this fucked up world. For Ahi-chan, I will end war and I will never allow it to continue in other forms, no matter what kind of monster I'll have to become. Would that girl be happy without you? The shadow Naruto seemed to fade. If your mad quest would not claim your life, it would claim your soul. How many more innocent people have to perish, like this green-haired girl will, before you complete your goal? What will be left of you? Nothing. You will fall. But you cannot die. No. Break apart, crumble, but your essence remains. Fall into darkness, boy. That is where your heart waits, in the fade. The shadow faded away completely, having lost what little power that fueled it. This damnable place left the shadow incapable of putting out more power. But, conflict would come. Soon, the boy would start to seek. Soon, he would find his origins, and upon finding his heart, he would fall. What the hell was that? Naruto muttered, finding himself kneeling on the ground. His wooden dragon had stood guard while he had been unconscious, curled around him, with Fu still between its jaws. What would be left of me? Death? What the hell was that thing? Trying to gauge how long he had been out of commission, Naruto extended his senses through the roots of the village's mighty tree. It appeared as if Kakuzu had gone on a wild rampage, killing Taki nin by the dozens. In all the confusion, none of the poorly trained shinobi knew how to react. The fools had completely relied on their concealment. They had never given it thought, made contingency plans, for when their village would be infiltrated. In their arrogance, they had thought none would find their way through the waterfall and the tunnels. They now paid the price for their mistake. They were ready to betray Fu, before we even executed a single attack. Cowardly backstabbers. Small wonder Kakuzu hated this village so much, it must not have changed much since he abandoned it. Naruto looked up at his dragon. The creature's head bowed down, its eyes glowing yellow. It was answering Naruto's unspoken request. Somewhat shaky, Naruto climbed on top of the creature's head. And now I'll need some time to focus. When I lost consciousness, I lost control over the power I gathered. This nature energy is quite slippery. He closed his eyes and allowed his senses to slip into the immeasurable flow of natural energy. His mind being in turmoil made it difficult, however. The world moved at its own pace, disregarding any sense of urgency which the individual had. Naruto's rushing only led to him being lost in the flow of energy again. His sense of self disturbed by his doubts, he had lost himself once more. Just like when he was first pushed deeply into this ocean of energy, when Yagura had forced him into diving into it, he now also lost his connection to his earthly body. The world of trees, plants, grass, molds, animals, insects. The world was a vast place. The energy that governed it all was equally vast. Although govern would be a deceitful way to describe it. The energy was tied to nature, and nature tied to it. It controlled everything, yet controlled nothing. It was something that nourished and consumed life, maintaining the stunningly complex causal system which mankind labeled as nature. The only way Naruto had been able to use it was a narrow balance between attachment and detachment. That was how he had been able to enter this nameless maze, and leave it without losing himself. Detachment from his life, attachment to that of others, love had been giving him guidance. Heaven and earth are impartial. Nature, caught in between, is impartial. Yet, the human mind is filled with opinions, filled with distinctions. Only when Naruto dove into this ocean of power, only when he connected himself to these countless sensations, he felt his own limitations. These limitations of being an individual, his human mind imposed those limitations on the world, and yet nature remained indifferent. The world could not care less about good or evil. Living and dying was merely a cycle. But the human mind, the individual limitations, could not see beyond those borders. When submerged, Naruto saw a vague image of it, but outside of that he only saw himself. He knew it was true. He knew that he was foolish, but he could not stop himself. His heart, his emotions, they connected him to thing, bound him, to Aisi, above all. Impartiality would demand an absence of love, as loving one being implied that it would be valued above others. Love inhibited true neutrality. Yet, despite knowing, Naruto could do nothing but accept that he was limited, that he was human, that he did indeed love others. This was what he was, something he had to accept. When the world knows beauty as beauty, ugliness arises. When it knows good as good, evil arises. Thus being and non-being produced each other. Difficult and easy bring about each other. Long and short reveal each other. High and low support each other. Music and voice harmonize each other. Front and back follow each other. Words. Definitions. Presumptions. He was spoon-fed with a dualistic view on the world. Good or evil? Yes or no? Peace or war? White or black? Yet nature showed a world filled with every color Naruto could think of, existing completely indifferent to whatever perception mankind had of it. This vast world from which he tried to draw energy, Naruto wondered why so few acknowledged it as the miracle it was, why so few could open themselves to the energy it offered. But why does it cause me so much more trouble this time? Was it due to the trust in his dragon that he, despite being in hostile territory, could abandon his body? Or was it the shadow Naruto that made him doubt his resolve? What if he was right? What if he really did change due to all these bad things? What is evil? Was it evil that he took Fu from her home, leading her to her death? It seemed to him that it was. The girl seemed like a good person. The objective corner of his mind knew that it was necessity that drove him. The idealistic corner, on the other hand, told him that it was wrong. Was it that internal disagreement that had caused him to stray from the path he knew? Was that why he had delved too deep into this infinite source of energy? What has changed since the last time? Confronting the young Jinchuriki had been more of a battle against himself than it had been a battle against her. Fu was capable enough, sure, but a far cry from being powerful enough to pose a threat to Naruto. His abilities held an innate advantage over hers, and the geography of the battlegrounds had only tipped the scales even further in his favor. Something about Taki's great tree was different from any tree Naruto had seen. Was it the tree that gave the water in the ground such power, or was it the water that gave the tree such power? Drawn by the idea of what it was, Naruto's attention shifted to that specific tree. The ageless giant towered over everything else, higher and mightier than any of its kin. It did not care, did not discriminate. It grew, it drank, it bathed in the light of the sun, its roots delved deeper and deeper into the earth. Season by season, it grew and lost its leaves, grew and lost its seed. It was calming, tranquil, for Naruto to sense such an entity. And yet, it was no different from the smallest of trees. Size, age, nothing mattered for its primal desires. What are my primal desires? To feed. To drink. To breathe. To reproduce? Is that what caused me to doubt? For nearly all animals, reproduction required a mate. Naruto had found Aisi. The girl had grown on him, and when least expected had found a way to pierce his defenses and enter his heart. She held his love, his thoughts, and was the one he could see himself grow old with. Perhaps it was naive, but that was how he felt, too in love to see beyond her. She was the one who had connected to him, who had made him feel alive. At that point, he had found it easier to connect to the energy of nature. It was as if love had changed his own energy, altering it so that he could connect to nature to a far greater degree. Was his desire for love the same as the tree's desire for sunlight? I began to believe in Akatsuki's goals because of her. Because of what Ahi-chan experienced, I wanted to end the wars, and the senseless violence. And out of that desire I arrived here, bringing war and senseless violence to Fu and her village. Is that what the other me meant? The longer I continue with this, the more I will start to stray away from the person whom Ahi-chan loves. It would not be death, but just as bad for her to see the person she loves become the same sort of monster as the ones who took the lives of her father and sister. But was doing nothing an option? Yes, what Naruto did to Fu, beating her up and eventually murdering her by tearing the Nanabi out of her, was wrong. But if he did nothing, wouldn't that be just as bad? Connected to the world, Naruto saw how the mighty tree of Taki functioned just like all the others, eliminating its competitors by growing higher and putting them in the shade. Taking away the light of the sun, leaving them to perish in the shadows, the larger tree eliminated the smaller ones. Digging deeper, drinking with greater thirst, it outcompeted the others. Life was a struggle around limited resources. The tree did not care about whether it did was good or evil. It did. Killing the Jinchuriki, waging pain's war, it will lead to the death of many. It won't be good. But isn't good a projection of my own mind? If I do nothing, wars will continue. How many lives will that consume? How many more, like Ajisai's father and sister, will continue to suffer and die if I do not act? How many more will be left scarred, like Ahi-chan, like Konan, like Pain? If I selfishly did nothing, out of a longing to be good, wouldn't that make me evil? Nature showed him the way. He was a tree that had outgrown most others, yet still stood in the shade of a few. Pain held Ajisai in the palm of his hand. Screwing up due to a faulty sense of morality would endanger her life. Sparing Fu would condemn others to the effects of the continuation of the cycle of violence. A tree did not ponder. It grew. It drank. It bathed in the light of the sun. Doing this is bad, but only for me, only for a minority. Mankind as a whole would be able to enjoy a peace bought by those sacrifices. What other way is there to achieve peace? But buying time for the next generations, to learn what peace truly is, might give mankind the chance it needs. A path to end all unnecessary violence. Sure, like trees, humans will also compete for limited resources, that will be inevitable. But acting out of hatred, conducting horrible acts, has nothing to do with competing. Mankind spirals downwards, becoming more beastly than any animal. Slaughtering children, raping women, tearing men apart, what does such senseless hatred have to do with survival? Naruto noticed that he had exhaled deeply. An inhale followed. He was back. He had found a way out. Perhaps because he found an answer, as he had found that he should not strive to do good? Nature had shown him, the existence of good gave birth to the existence of evil. I'm sorry, Fu. I'm so sorry, he muttered to himself. Come, he commanded his dragon. Let us go to Kakuzu and end this meaningless slaughter. The death of Fu might bring peace, but I see no reason to continue a massacre like this. The young Uzumaki did not realize that Kakuzu only acted as Pain had intended. Crippling Taki would give an excuse to Iwagakure and Kusagakure to try to expand their territories. With Tsunade weakened and destabilized by the loss of their Kazekage, and Konohagakure oddly quiet ever since their Godime had taken office, it meant that Amigakure had a relatively peaceful time, a reprieve from the storm to come. Pain wished to teach the world the lesson that Pain had taught him. Amigakure had already learned that lesson. His village deserved peace. Sending Kakuzu to Takigakure, when Pain knew that he held a rather violent grudge against the village, Pain must have known how it would inevitably end. The tracks led west, towards the border of Amigakure. Infiltrating Amigakure has proven to be impossible. Moreover, we deemed it unwise to break the fragile treaty that Sadaime-sama made with Hanzo. Recommend increased security at the border. Locating where Kunomori and Kakuzu were headed after the confrontation with the team of Asuma Senpai has proven to be impossible. It was merely a short report, but one which Tsunade had read several times, before handing it to Shizune. What is going on in Ame? I wish I knew, Tsunade grimaced. It might be that Akatsuki has some kind of base of operations in Amigakure, although I think that it is unlikely. Jiraiya also seemed to rule out that possibility. Hanzo would not cooperate with such terrorists. Besides, he'd know better than to steal the Baijuo. No, I highly doubt Akatsuki would operate under the orders of Amigakure. Perhaps Naruto just traveled through? I think so, Tsunade nodded. But it makes one wonder. Kakuzu came from another direction, attacked the temple on his own, and then met up with Naruto shortly before they headed to the bounty station. Akatsuki has always been reported to operate in pairs. Why would they split up? If Naruto was strong enough to defeat Asuma and his team with ease, it might be more reasonable for them to split up if they act as bounty hunters, Shizune suggested. They had learned from Ino that it had been Naruto who had killed a rogue Yamanaka not too long ago. Aside from that, with what Ino had described from her trip through Kunomori's mind, it seemed highly improbable that he was anyone other than Naruto. Kakuzu had been someone who had defected from Takigakure and had attempted to assassinate her grandfather, so Tsunade already knew that this Akatsuki was not to be underestimated. Unlikely as it seemed, Naruto had somehow survived the incident in which everyone had believed him to have died. His survival was now an S-rank secret. None within Konoha were supposed to know. If Jiraiya found out. Tsunade was not willing to inform her oldest friend about the survival of his godson, not before she knew the risk Naruto now posed. Without recollection of who he had been, Naruto now seemed to be some sort of puppet of Akatsuki. The mysterious shadow-like entity which Ino had reported to be within his mind only supported that theory. If she talked to Jiraiya without knowing the risks, he might throw himself into danger. She couldn't bear the guilt of another friend dying. Tsunade-sama? This situation is difficult. The Hokage seemed tired, more exhausted than early in the mornings after one of her binge-drinking evenings, even. How long had it been now, since Jiraiya and Naruto had walked into that restaurant? Jiraiya had, just like Shizune herself, been incapable of dragging the old Tsunade to the surface again, but that little blonde brat had done what no one else could. That broken heart, that shadow of a once mighty and proud kunoichi, had started healing due to that little boy. He was a boy who never gave up, a boy who dreamt just like her little brother had done, just like her lover, Shizune's uncle, had once dreamed of becoming Hokage and changing the village. There are no leads. There are not, but that will not stop Team 10, will it? Tsunade looked at her assistant, who had the decency to stay quiet. Shizune knew it to be true, but did not want to lose Ino's trust either. Ino had been one of the few people who Shizune could rely on when it came to controlling Tsunade. Ino will not stand by idly when she knows that Naruto is still alive. If she does not know that he is being used, then that wretched Nara will figure it out. Shikamaru is too smart for his own good. Ino has nearly completely recovered now. I know. That is why I am going to send them to the border. Not into Omegakure territory, I hope? Shizune asked, alarmed by the idea. No, I will expressively forbid that, Tsunade smiled gently. It is futile, and Asuma and Shikamaru will probably realize it, but there is only a tiny chance that Naruto uses that same route more often. Who knows, perhaps they'll find evidence that the Anbu overlooked. It would also prevent them from mobilizing the others of their generation. Yes, knowing Ino, she might join up with Hinata. If Team 8 and Guy's bullheaded team learn the truth, well, things could spiral out of control quickly. I can't have them recklessly chase after Naruto, not when he's that strong. Why not tell Jiraiya-sama? Because he'd be even more reckless, Tsunade grimaced. Hell, if not for this ruddy hat, I'd be even worse. At least you're honest about it, Shizune thought. How many years had she spent since she had to guess what her teacher and friend was thinking? So what will you do about Naruto? Kuno Mori of Akatsuki remains an enemy of Konoha until further notice. But due to his Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, I made sure to emphasize that people should aim to capture him alive when battle is inevitable. Does that imply our forces are to avoid confrontations? With Kuno Mori? Yes. A ninjutsu expert or a swordsman, those are the sort of people our forces can deal with. But someone who can grow and manipulate entire forests, someone who casually spawned the Mokuryu no Jutsu, that is not someone we can deal with. Well, perhaps the likes of Mito Guy, but considering how easily Naruto defeated Asuma. Couldn't you just attach a flee-on-sight order to him? Shizune frowned. And openly display Konoha's inability to deal with him? Tsunade shook her head. No, I cannot do that. Not yet, at least. Openly displaying weakness amidst this already tense situation would be a mistake. Remember what Iwagakure did after Minato massacred their ranks? That flee-on-sight order was an admittance that Iwa had no one capable of dealing with the threat that Minato posed. I do not think that this is the case with Naruto. Not yet, at least. No, I hope that we can free him from whatever method Akatsuki uses to control him, rather than use more drastic measures. But, it will probably take someone like Jiraiya or myself to subdue him. Can't you just quit sulking? Naruto was starting to get annoyed, very annoyed, by Kakuzu's foul mood. If it had been anyone else, you would have been dead, Kakuzu growled. Interrupting me during a battle. Bah! Weren't you the one who kept nagging me about not dragging emotions into battle? Naruto retorted. I remember how you said that a true shinobi controlled his emotions, that he would be capable of suppressing them completely when necessary. What you did in Taki had nothing to do with our mission. Kakuzu glared, clenched his fists, but remained silent. Too bad. If you started a fight, I would have a legitimate reason to kill you, Naruto shrugged. Even to that bastard of a Zetsu who always seems to be watching, it would be self-defense. Naruto gestured at his Moku Bunshine. Follow me, he waved with his hand. The wooden clone picked up the bound, gagged, and unconscious Jinchuriki, and did as ordered. They were heading towards Otogakure, unfortunately. Knowing that Akatsuki had no hideouts in Takigakure, Naruto had hoped that they would head towards Omegakure in order to seal the Nanabi. Unfortunately, Zetsu had told them otherwise. Seething or not, Kakuzu followed. Everyone would have died by his hands, everyone daring to insult him like that, but not Naruto. Kakuzu knew better now. Even if it had only been a glimpse, he knew enough that it would be wise to avoid a direct conflict with the younger boy. This was no longer the Naruto that he had used as a punching bag. No, this boy would be a worthy adversary, provide a fight unlike anything he'd faced since Hashirama. Perhaps he was even an enemy worthy of dying against. Or, it would be an event worthy of proving he still deserved to live on. Naruto did not care what Kakuzu thought. He was already looking ahead. Soon, his service to Akatsuki would end. Only a few more Baijuu to go, and then they could bring peace to the world. Naruto didn't care about Pain's twisted ideology, but he did want to make a world of peace for Ajisai. She had given him peace, so now it was his turn. As long as Pain did not put that at risk, he could do whatever he wanted, as far as Naruto was concerned. The snake and that puppet freak were aiming for the Hachibi. So it's going to be another 6 freaking days of sealing again. Akatsuki really isn't as thrilling as one would think. This sealing stuff is as boring as Hidan's ravings. Bonus, fun with fungi. Revenge. He had attacked them, and now they would get back at him. There were no hesitations, no fears, no holding back. He'd pay. He'd pay for attacking them with pepper powder. Are you certain that this is a good idea? Swearin tried to keep the skepticism out of her voice, but failed miserably. Duh, of course it is. Fuyo countered. I thought of it. That is why I'm in doubt. The deadpan expression alone could have been enough of an answer. I mean, really? You actually expect that throwing a beehive at him will work? And where on earth did you even get a freaking beehive? Fuyo ignored her uncharacteristically agitated friend and continued her walk through the woods. Both remained careful to hide their presence. This time the surprise would be theirs. I have to admit, that's a good idea, Naruto scratched his chin. I do not know if it. You've manipulated flowers and trees, but I'm not sure whether this is within your ability as well, Kuno Mori-sama. TSK, cut it out with the Sama stuff, Naruto grumbled, although the soft giggle that followed made him realize that she was just fooling with him. Well, we'll never figure out unless I try it. I'll focus on this completely, so be careful. Before it backfires like the habanero seeds? Exactly, Naruto felt the sweat drop rolling off his head. Closing his eyes, Naruto looked past the trees, past the shrubberies, grass, and other greenery. For this to work, he needed to single out another organism. All these little unicellular and multicellular organisms which were commonly known as the fungus, these fungi were the focus of his attention. Ajisai was right. If he could manipulate all plant life, then why wouldn't he be able to exert a similar level of control over things like yeasts, molds, or mushrooms? And in a land as damp and wet as Amigakure, this little forest was filled with mold. It wasn't all that difficult to detect it. It was harder to leave out everything else, as the trees were the easiest thing for him to manipulate. But it worked out, even though he had to focus completely on just those fungi. All that was left for him now was to add chakra, and see what it would do. There he is, Fuyo whispered, as she and Swearin were hidden within the tree line. He's meditating again. I don't know. We shouldn't do this. I got a bad feeling about this. Don't be such a chicken, Swearin, Fuyo whispered back, idly scratching her arm. We can't. Why the heck am I so itchy all of a sudden? It's not just you, Swearin looked at the light purple poncho which she always wore. Oh no. Naruto and Ajisai both frowned when they saw the two-girl rush out of the trees, Fuyo cursing loudly, and Swearin exclaiming something which sounded much like make it stop, make it stop. What the? What are you two doing? Ajisai pinched the bridge of her nose. It's my jutsu, Naruto blushed slightly. Eh? It seems it wasn't as unsuccessful as I first thought, he looked away, and Ajisai wondered why. Although she quickly understood it when she saw her two friends. I've cut off the chakra, the jutsu should have stopped now. Fuyo cursed louder and louder, and Swearin's mood was little better. Which, in their defense, was rather understandable. It didn't happen every day that your clothes just fell apart while wearing it. I guess that the spores of the fungi became a little corrosive, Naruto added sheepishly. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea after all, Ajisai mumbled, dumbstruck by the sight of her now naked friends. I should really warn them next time you try out something new. Or tell them to bring an extra set of clothes, Naruto chuckled, earning a light slap to the cheek when he peeked. Ajisai didn't like it when he tried to look at her friends in their birthday suits. Pervert. How was I supposed to know that this would happen? Somewhere in a distant land, a certain man was suddenly feeling very, very proud of his godson. Chapter 9. Lord of Thorns. It's about time. It certainly took you too long enough. Well, in the end it doesn't even matter. Because Orochimaru only just returned too. Naruto and Kakuzu, the latter now holding the unconscious Jinchuriki over his shoulder, stood in front of the entrance of one of Otogakure's hideouts in the Land of Sound. Kakuzu was still in a very foul mood, being denied a chance to completely exterminate Takigakure, while Naruto was in a bad mood due to not being able to return to Ame, as well as having to capture Fu. Fu had seemed like a genuine and nice person to him, someone who had suffered a difficult life, and he had come and beaten her. The lack of alternative still annoyed him. Fuck off, Zetsu. How rude. Naruto, it would seem you are as cheerful as Kakuzu is. You don't say, Naruto drawled. Another 6 days of sealing by Juu. I'm so happy. No, really. Can't you see my big happy smile? 6 freaking hours, Zetsu. Only 3, actually. Sasori and Orochimaru failed. The Jinchuriki of the Hachibi was far stronger than anticipated. Poor Sasori. He should not have relied on Hiruko to defend him against such an attack. So they lost, Kakuzu grumbled. Pathetic. Orochimaru practically died as well. When he came back he had to occupy a new body, with that creepy jutsu of his. He insists he should be able to capture the Hachibi now, but his earlier failure makes that rather difficult to believe. He has a large bounty on his head. No, he still has his uses. Whatever, let's just get this over with, Naruto grunted. He strode forward, and 2 shinobi of Otogakur hastily opened the door. Apparently, they had not forgotten how Kakuzu and Naruto had disposed 2 of their elite when they had been an annoyance. Half of his face hid under a mask, while the other half was mostly hidden underneath his sun-colored hair. The 2 Otonin only needed to see the cloak, even if they weren't gifted with sensory abilities. Looking at the red-haired girl that stood in the hall, nervously awaiting his arrival, Naruto knew that she did have sensory abilities. Why he knew, he could not put into words. Perhaps it was the frightened look in her eyes, like a deer staring into the eyes of its hunter. Her lavender uniform made him look at her, see her crimson eyes, red hair, and fair skin. She wasn't ugly, and she didn't seem hesitant to show it, although the bite marks all over her skin were a bit off-putting. Kei Kunomori-sama, if you'd please follow me, the girl spoke up while she bowed, trying her best to not sound too afraid. Name? Karen, she once again bowed swiftly. Your chakra is interesting. So full of life. Peculiar, Naruto frowned. No, I am not a censor, not by the regular definition of the word at least, he answered her unspoken question. I see. Orochimaru-sama spoke highly of your Kekkei Genkai. I suppose he did, Naruto said uncaringly. Let us go. He turned around. Oi, old man, hurry up. Or do I need to drag the Jinchuriki there myself? Kakuzu chose not to respond, instead mumbling about something with Zetsu. Naruto figured it was about his change in mentality. Never before had he tried to stop Kakuzu, but after Amigakure, Naruto's priorities had changed. His being more difficult to steer, gaining a will of his own, must be quite annoying. Let them do what Pain did, and share their plans with me. Karen led them down into a labyrinth of halls filled with laboratories and jails, containing a wide variety of gruesome experiments. Most of them filled Naruto with pity. To see men and women being reduced to these sorts of beasts, it was not a pretty sight. Eventually, they arrived at a great hall, big enough to contain the demonic statue in which the Nanabi would be sealed. Orochimaru-sama, Karen bowed. Ah, our guests have arrived. Orochimaru stood up and turned towards Naruto, who paused. I apologize, I have not yet had the time to modify my new body according to my wishes. But I am sure you know how capable it is, Kunomori-kun. After all, you were there when Guren was broken. I never knew that she cared that much about the boy. Such a convenient turn of events it was, in hindsight. Breaking her made it so much easier to possess her. Naruto's brow twitched, and Karen scurried away from him. He idly wondered what the cracking sounds were, until he noticed how his chakra had torn up the ground around his feet. I take it you liked Guren-chan? Orochimaru laughed mockingly. She deserved better than this, Naruto said in low voice. I warned her about her foolish loyalty and look where it got her. It is unfortunate that she did not listen. Careful now, Kunomori-kun, or I might even think you don't like me. Like I would give a shit about what you think, Snake. Whether you live or die, I couldn't give a shit. Kunomori has become rather harsh, Zetsu spoke up, rising from the ground. I would not tempt him, Orochimaru. Kunomori-kun was at least able to subdue a Jinchuriki, the white half added finally, making the snake Sennin scowl. Kunomori, you caught the Jinchuriki, so the honor of summoning the Geto Mazo is yours. Just go through the usual hand seals and channel the chakra through your ring. The statue was summoned, the other shadows appeared on its fingers, and the sealing commenced. A long and arduous task, as always. Especially because the Nanabi was stronger than its brethren. At least, compared to those who had already been sealed. This is when Zetsu, both halves, smiled. It is time. I know, they are already on the move, they whispered to themselves. Good. Let them hurry. Anything? What do you think? Nothing. Then why ask? Fuyo huffed. This mission is boring, Swearin sighed in agreement. They're nothing in this area. No one enters it. No one lives here. But we don't get attacked either, Ajisai smiled. Not even endless rain can dampen the spirit of a lovesick girl, Fuyo snickered. Tell me, is that why you always volunteer to take first watch at night? I'm not. Yes, I'm worried, Ajisai eventually admitted. He is out there, fighting the strongest possible opponents, aiding Pain-sama and Tenchi-sama in their quest to bring peace to the world. How could I not be worried? Remember when he asked the three of us to test out that dragon of his? Fuyo countered. The first time wasn't that bad, but when he did that face paint thing, the dragon he created became nigh unbeatable. My Suten jutsu pierces rocks effortlessly, yet it took 4 tries before I could nick that wooden monster, Swearin agreed. If it had not been ordered by Kuno Mori to stay put, we'd never have been able to hit it 4 times at the same spot. When you summoned your panda, we saw how insanely fast that dragon could be. Still, it was mostly brute strength. Those man-sized things were far worse, Fuyo shuddered at the memory. Their ability to suck out one's chakra made it nigh impossible to engage them at close combat, and the difficulty of destroying them was also ridiculous. Kuno Mori himself is ridiculous, Swearin chuckled. Don't look at me like that, Ajisai, you know it is true. His strength is simply unreasonable, compared to 3 chunin like us. Ajisai knew they were right. Mokuton, Mokuryo no Jutsu, would dragon technique, was terrifying to engage, but the weaker Mokuton, Gozan's Maiao, would release, the one who subjugates the 3 worlds, was at least as dangerous. The only reason why Naruto disliked using the jutsu, Ajisai knew, was that the wooden creations were difficult to control, their ignorance matched by their warlike natures. But if she had to choose between the dragon and the foot soldiers, she'd definitely pick the dragon. It was faster and stronger, but not as unpredictably violent as the smaller and more numerous foot soldiers. Not to mention that the claws of the 8-armed Gozan's Maiao were poisoned. Ajisai loved Naruto, but his fascination for poisons was a trait she'd rather not see in him. She's spacing off again, Swearin muttered. Fuyo, you're up. Ajisai and Kuno Mori are sitting in a tree, Kissin her song was rudely interrupted when Ajisai smacked her on the head. Hey! You two were up in a tree, Swearin snickered. Even if it was a cabin up in a tree, it still counts. Although, I suppose you went further than just kissing, so Fuyo's childish song isn't truly correct, is it? Why do you refuse to talk about it? Fuyo prodded. We're only curious. Come on, time for girl talk. No one can hear you out here, so don't be shy, Tilda. I wouldn't be so sure about that, girl. 4 shinobi popped up from nowhere, as if they simply rose from the ground. Neither Fuyo nor Swearin had even sensed them coming, in spite of their notable sensory talents. The 4 immediately went on the attack. The adult man, black-haired and sporting the Konoha insignia, focused on Fuyo. The rotund, brown-haired boy attacked Swearin, while the blonde girl and the black-haired boy with the pineapple hairdo attacked Ajisai. They were not particularly fast, but durable. Their punches hurt, and the kunai they wielded left deep scratches. Still, the trio of Ame Kunoichi survived the surprise attack. Why are Konoha shinobi invading our borders? Fuyo demanded. Leave. Hanzo-sama has an agreement with Konoha. It was the usual lie that they used in the cases they encountered foreign shinobi. No one outside Amigakura was supposed to know that Hanzo had been killed, or that Pain had taken control of the hidden village. As long as there was doubt, the reputation of Hanzo the Salamander would keep doing its work in keeping foreign nations at bay. Hanzo cannot protect you here, can he? The blonde girl mocked. Then, chaos unfolded. Ajisai summoned her panda, Swearin hit herself amidst a mist she created, and Fuyo fired countless senbon at the oldest of their attackers, effectively turning him into a porcupine. But the Konoha shinobi did not use a single jutsu. From her tags, Ajisai summoned a pair of hunting knives, blocking the kunai of her attacker. Her panda kept the other one at bay, giving her a chance to focus on one of her attackers. Why are they not using any jutsu? That man is a jonin, I remember seeing him in a bingo book, but he only uses mediocre taijutsu, supported with a kunai. It makes no sense. Out of the mist, Swearin appeared behind the blonde-haired girl that attempted to kill Ajisai and struck hard. With her arm cut off, the blonde was forced to retreat. Oddly, without even a single word or gesture, the other 3 acted at the exact same moment, in perfect harmony. The lopped-off arm did not leave blood, something which confused Ajisai. But when she looked at the arm, which turned white and somewhat changed shape, Ajisai realized that these Konoha shinobi were fakes. With Fuyo at her right, Swearin at her left, and the panda in front, Ajisai wondered why the four enemies did not continue to push their attacks. But that arm. She glared at the four. Who are you? What are you? You definitely are not the Konoha shinobi that you were impersonating. Such a smart girl. Too smart for her own good. She'd make good food, though. I lost an arm. Oh, shut up. You shut up. What the hell? Fuyo looked on in disbelief, as she saw the four starting a weird argument. Their voices followed each other in perfect sync, as if it was actually just one person talking. In timing, at least, not in the actual sound of voice, but it was unnerving nonetheless. Sorry, but we need you to die. You especially, Ajisai-chan. It was hard to discover. But we found traces of your chakra on him. And your smell as well. You two have been very naughty, the blonde girl smiled mischievously. But we can't have our Naruto-kun to be distracted. You make him difficult to manipulate. And we can't let pain control him either. Especially not through you. So you must die, the rotund boy finished with a laugh. Naruto? Who the hell is Naruto? And what relation does Ajisai have with him? Fuyo blurted out. We don't know any Naruto, so fuck off, you freaks. Kuno Mori, Ajisai was pale. Kuno Mori-kun, his real name is Naruto. See, I told you, the black-haired Jonin started. He told her his real name, the one-armed blonde girl nodded. Which makes you dangerous, the pineapple-haired boy sighed. If Pain learns his name, our plans would be ruined. The rotund boy whined. You are Zetsu, aren't you? Ajisai realized. Naruto-kun warned me about you. Why? Why are you targeting me? Naruto-kun does everything that Pain-sama asks of him. But what we want isn't what Pain wants, clever girl, one of the four snickered. Pain is but a tool, he would not be capable of fathoming our purpose. And neither will you. You will all just die. Keifujutsu, Kamifubuki, unsealing technique, paper snowstorm, Ajisai panicked, and unsealed one of her paper cards, causing a flood of little paper slices to charge at the four forms of Zetsu. She wasn't sure how he had found out about her and Naruto, as Naruto had told her that Zetsu could not enter a Megakure unnoticed, but now that he did know, she knew they had to run. Zetsu was part of the same organization as Naruto, Pain, and Konan, so she guessed that Zetsu would be an enemy far beyond their capacity to fight. So futile, the fake Yamanaka muttered. The paper snowstorm had died down, revealing that the three kunoichi had ran away. They cannot hope to outrun us. But if they get too close to the border, the real Konoha team would run into them. Let's kill them now. That girl is too great a threat to our plan. Naruto-kun will be very sad when he sees our recording. After we have edited it, at least. We don't want him to get mad at us, but if he wrecks Konoha, it would be far more fun. We are done, Pain announced. Fu's body had fallen down to the ground, empty and lifeless. The Nanabi had been extracted, and when the Geto Mazo opened a fifth eye, they knew the sealing was successful. Fucking finally, the shadow of Hidan swore. This would be far more enjoyable if we could just kill them right away, you know. If you did that, the Baijuu would also perish. And it would take years until the creature reformed. Pain remained monotonous, although his eyes narrowed slightly. If you hindered our plans, Hidan, I would be forced to kill you. Yeah right, kill me, Hidan laughed. You'll never learn to shut up, you moron, Kisame sighed. With his dojutsu, I think it would be very possible to kill you. In fact, I'd be glad if he did. We have an odd number now anyway, right? What are our next targets? Naruto interrupted, before Hidan could respond to Kisame's taunt. The two would never end this foolish game. You and Kakuzu will seek out the Gobi. Zetsu found the Rakubi, and I will personally head out with Konan to get that. Kisame and Hidan, you two will hunt down the Hachibi. Due to the failure of Orochimaru and Sasori, you should expect greater resistance from Kumagakure. Idiots, Kisame sneered. Orochimaru didn't respond, though. He was smarter than Hidan. Then again, even White Zetsu was smarter than Hidan, Naruto estimated. Although, now that he considered it, Zetsu's banter about poop was an exception to that rule. Even Hidan had a better sense of humor. We are done, Pain ended the meeting. The Geto Mazo returned to from whence it came, and the shadowy members of Akatsuki evaporated. Only Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Zetsu, and Naruto remained. Iwagakure, Naruto continued to curse for a little while. Why on earth did we have to go to Oto if he wanted us to hunt down the Gobi afterwards? If we had gone to Ame, and Takigakure had traced us, there would be another war, Kakuzu grunted. If you had just allowed me to wipe out the entire village, we would not have had that problem. Whatever, Naruto walked over to the corpse of Fu, and sealed her in one of the empty sealing cards which Ajisai had given him. I'd prefer you let her remain with me, Orochimaru smiled. There aren't many opportunities to gather data on a former Jinchuriki, after all. Fuck you. I led her to her death, and I'll give her a decent burial as well. Conduct your twisted experiments on others. You should show more respect to your seniors, Kuno Mori-kun. Why would I respect a weak loser like you? Naruto chuckled humorlessly. Just shut the hell up and stick to your laboratories, and do whatever it is that benefits Akatsuki. Clearly you don't have the skill to do anything else, like capturing a Baijuu. So get the fuck out of my way, or I'll destroy you. Seeing you parasitize on Guren's body sickens me. That was enough to make Orochimaru lose his fake laugh. His yellow reptilian eyes narrowed, his face contorted in an angry grimace. To make things worse, Kakuzu began to laugh darkly. These past 3 days had dampened his foul mood a little, and seeing Naruto verbally engage Orochimaru was definitely amusing. You should stop this, Kuno Mori. Or Orochimaru would get sad. Moron, he wouldn't be sad, but he might be foolish enough to engage Kuno Mori. That would make him even sadder. Let him, Naruto said flippantly. Like I'd care what that pathetic parasite thinks about me. Fu was a good person, so I'm giving her a decent burial. Her death was necessary for Akatsuki, but that doesn't mean she needs to be desecrated by that slithering piece of trash. Crazy and worthless or not, but we still need him. He's responsible for creating something very new. He's already finished with him, Black Zetsu corrected his whiter half. We still need him though, just like corn. Corn? Yes. Idiot. Corn is important, right? And yet you gotta be careful of corn at night. They can be very creepy with their husky voices and seedy appearance. Why, they even cob right out and tell you to shuck it right to your face. The blacker half of Zetsu facepalmed, smacking the whiter half in the face as well, and Kakuzu sighed with annoyance. Even Naruto, accustomed to Zetsu's unusual behavior, couldn't resist the urge to facepalm at the terrible pun. Least amused by the attempt at a joke was Orochimaru, as he had too much pride in his work to appreciate being compared to something as idiotic as corn. After all, he was responsible for creating the new body of Uchiha Madara, who'd be revived by Nagato when the time was right. Orochimaru didn't know the latter, of course. He only thought the body would be used for his kinjutsu, the Edo Tensei no Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. To Zetsu, it was merely one puppet creating another puppet. Madara had been caught in Zetsu's plans, long before the man's death. But reviving the legendary Uchiha too early would be problematic, as Zetsu lacked the means to control the man. No, to them, it was only useful to revive him, and then seal the Kyuubi within the man. His eyes were required to return Kaguya. Although, there were other means to keep Madara, and the Kyuubi, on a leash. But Zetsu had lived long enough to know the value of patience, to wait until the perfect opportunity presented itself. This was why Madara would only be revived at the last possible moment, so that his stupid schemes would not inhibit Zetsu's plans. As for now, everything had gone according to plan, so there was no necessity to bring the Uchiha back. The weak clone of White Zetsu which emerged from the ground was only part of the same plan. There were plans within plans, behind plans hidden underneath even more plans, yet everyone kept underestimating Zetsu, because he was weak. Fools, soon, they would all pay the price. Still, not even Black Zetsu knew what Orochimaru would have done if not for the feeble clone of White Zetsu popping up. The clone was almost completely devoid of chakra, to a degree where even Naruto only felt its presence at the very last moment. Its expression, however, was one of complete panic according to Zetsu's plan, of course. It's bad. It's bad. They were attacked. Who? Hello, weak me. Shut up, idiot. But he is a weak me. He is, but he's a spy, so it's his purpose to be weak. What is going on? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, not included in this plan. He was suspicious what Zetsu was doing. We never told you, did we? My weak clones are spies. They are so weak that only the very best sensors can pick up their chakra. They are useless for every purpose except for spying. They keep an eye on everyone important. Jinchuriki, Kage, the strongest Jonin, and other people whom we hold interest in. These clones keep an eye on them whenever possible. But what is so bad that you come here? Yes, you specifically weren't supposed to approach us when Kunomori was near. He is the one who needs to know about this especially. The clone bowed its head. I'll merge. My purpose is over anyway. What do you? If it is over, that must mean. Oh dear, that would be very bad, White Zetsu gasped when his clone merged with him. What? Naruto demanded impatiently. Who were they spying on that he wasn't supposed to know about? His greatest fear was that they knew about Ajisai. But they couldn't know about her, right? When your behavior changed, we started investigating. We found traces of chakra on you and your equipment, chakra which wasn't yours. Also the scent of a woman. Yes, so we created one of these spies to discover who it was that changed you. And we found the girl, while she and 2 other kunoichi were traveling towards the border of Hai no Kuni. Yes. Ajisai. What happened to her? Naruto rasped, his throat dry and a fear gripping his heart. If that clone was supposed to watch Ajisai, and its purpose was lost, it meant that. No, that can't be. Konan would assign her to a simple mission. She promised. Amigakure is a land filled with conflict. Before pain ended it, there was always war and betrayal. Yes, and while he keeps a very close eye on anyone who infiltrates Amigakure, even we cannot enter undetected. It does not imply that he always sees the spies who were already within the ranks of the Ame forces. Traitors. Faster than anyone could follow, Naruto moved towards Zetsu, grabbing the plant-like being by the throat, and squeezing hard. Ajisai is not a traitor, he growled. Don't you dare suggest that she is. Ow, that hurts, White Zetsu whined. We can't help it, we only saw. Why else would her team meet with a squad from Konoha? We were suspicious, that was why we kept an eye on her. Well, my clone did. But it merged, so it became us, Zetsu corrected himself, almost making a slip of the tongue. They talked, exchanged something, but then the Konoha team attacked. Naruto let go of Zetsu, now looking as pale as White Zetsu. No. That cannot. You're lying. We can show you. We usually only show pain what we recorded. But in this case, I think it is better not to involve pain. We suspect that he used her to manipulate you, only she turned out to be a double agent. The black arm of Zetsu rose, its hand put on top of Naruto's head. Naruto slumped down to his knees when he saw how the Konoha team, the same team whose lives he had spared before, killed Fuyo. He saw how Swearin was blasted away, her body sliding away through the mud. He broke when he saw how the 4 shinobi surrounded Ajisai, who fought valiantly, but was outnumbered and outmatched. A kunai ended her life. That kunai ended Naruto's life. His heart broke. His mind shattered. All he heard was the dark laughter within his head, the infuriating voice of his shadow welcomed him to the darkness, welcomed him to the fade. Rage, a bottomless, yet empty, anger welled up. Hatred bloomed for those who took Ajisai away, for those who killed his heart, his one attachment, his main reason to make the world a peaceful place. Kukaku, it would seem the tables have turned, Orochimaru laughed. If you give me the corpse of that Ajisai, I could return her to this realm. Why you? You what? Don't listen to him. That jutsu is an insult to life. It is called impure reincarnation for a reason. Zetsu had nothing against Orochimaru, finding him a rather useful tool. But if Orochimaru would try to control Naruto in such a garish way, he would have to be removed. Naruto was Zetsu's to control. That annoying girl would not inhibit his plans any further, not after all the trouble he went through to edit the recordings in such a way that Naruto could not see the differences. What jutsu? Naruto stammered. How could Ajisai return? Orochimaru would summon her soul from the afterlife, binding it to the body of a living person. But in the end, her soul would just be reduced to nothing more than a puppet. It is the vilest jutsu in human history, a jutsu that is an affront to life itself. And through turning Ajisai into a puppet, Orochimaru tries to control you, Zetsu urged. He wants you, Kunomori, as he covets the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. Lies, Orochimaru hissed, but not convincing enough. The man was betrayed by Zetsu, but that did not mean that Zetsu was wrong. Zetsu was completely correct about Orochimaru's intentions, and Naruto heard it. He'd resurrect her in return for your services. He wouldn't do it for free, oh no. And when he has you cornered, little by little, he'd try to take your body, just like that kunoichi whom fought by your side when you defeated Yagura. Guren. The girl, while so valiant during battle, ultimately had been broken by the loss of Yukimaru. Naruto had not understood why she had felt that way, he had never had any bonds before. Ajisai was the first person who had slipped into his heart, the first person he came to love. She was the only one who loved him for him, and not for his Kekkei Genkai. She was the one who had given him purpose, who made him desire to do things to satisfy his own motivations, other than those supplied by others. Now she had died, she was dead, and Orochimaru wanted to turn her into one of his sick experiments, like Guren, like Yukimaru, like what he wanted to do to Fu. He had fallen into despair, into darkness. He had gone into the Fade, and power was his answer. Something snapped within Naruto. His blue eyes glowed red, and the chakra he emitted was enough to shatter the floor underneath him. Cracks spread, even across the ceiling of the great cave. There were no words, no warnings, just an explosive rise in his chakra, and then the world turned into chaos. Kakuzu ran for the exit, knowing that hauling ass was the only viable solution. Zetsu sank into the ground, speeding away as fast as he could. But Orochimaru. Naruto would not tolerate his escape. Orochimaru had invoked his anger, and now he had to pay the price. A barrier of crystal shattered under Naruto's fist. A cage of wood ensnared the Sennin. Such chakra. Surely you would not betray Akatsuki, would you? Orochimaru sweated. You would not hurt Guren. Life as a slave is no life at all. I will reunite her with Yukimaru. Naruto's voice was empty, devoid of any feeling except a cold rage. Listlessly, his crimson eyes stared at Orochimaru. Through the entrance which Kakuzu had chosen to escape the situation, several of Otogakure's shinobi rushed in. Mokuton, Gozan's Myao, would release, the one who subjugates the three worlds. Kill everything that moves, he ordered his automatons. 3 wooden constructs, shaped like tall, 8-armed men, each with 3 demonic faces at its head, rose from the ground. Their response, a raw war cry, was something that froze the blood of the fools that entered the cave. The red-haired girl was the first to run, but even she was too late to escape Naruto's wrath. The red-eyed wooden-foot soldiers did not care for any injury anyone might cause, supposing that someone even managed to pierce their blue-black skins, as these wrathful incarnations only cared about the decimation of the enemy's ranks. It was as if they were manifestations of Naruto's rage, shaped in the image of what Naruto had read in a book which he had taken from a temple. Orochimaru of the Sannin, Naruto stalked towards the alarmed man. Naruto's chakra kept surging, higher and higher and higher, there seemed to be no limit. Strange pigmentation appeared on Naruto's face, around his eyes, and the dot and circle on his forehead. Senjutsu, Orochimaru realized. If you spare me, I can teach you how to. You are a snake. Your words are your fangs, spreading your poison. Your thoughts defile being both the living and dead. You should never have insulted Ahi-chan. The last bit was said with a voice that was not his own. There was a voice deeper than Naruto's, filled with such malice, that Orochimaru felt an old feeling run up his spine: fear. Sage mode was not supposed to be this malicious. His cause lost, Naruto disregarded any attachment to life, and dove deeper into the ocean of nature's energy than he had ever done before. The response within him was equal. A chakra flooded him, one both alien and familiar at the same time. Both sources of power granted him a chance to do something he had never done before. It was peculiar, actually. Naruto had never even heard of the jutsu, neither by name nor by reputation, and yet he somehow knew it. It was something instinctual, something he felt to be right. Then again, the stronger his connection to nature had become, the more he learned about Mokuton. Nothing in the scrolls supplied by Zetsu had ever explained the jutsu which Madara had seen Hashirama use, a gigantic wooden statue with 1,000 hands, the Senju cannon, through which Hashirama can overpower even the likes of the Kyuubi no Yoko or the complete manifestation of Mai Susanoo. That was all Madara had written. There were notes on how the landscape had drastically changed after their battle, almost bragging that he had managed to survive it. Naruto was slightly disturbed by the way Madara had been obsessed about Hashirama's power. The way he had described the Shin Suzenju was almost loving. Regardless, Madara had been unable to explain the jutsu, and now Naruto realized why. It was not something that could be explained. It was not something that could be taught. Whether the Bodhisattva truly existed or not, Naruto could not tell, nor did he truly care. He had practically been raised by Zetsu and Kakuzu, two of the least religious people he knew. He only had this image in his head, from what he had seen in a book he took from a temple, yet he instinctively knew he could give it shape. Down to the last detail, in complete perfection, not just in appearance but also in how it functioned. Then again, the same had happened when he had first created a wood dragon. Perhaps if Naruto had considered the possibility of there being a second consciousness within him, he might have realized the source of this knowledge that suddenly popped up when necessary. Aside from Madara, there was one more who had experienced the full might of Hashirama's Mokuton, after all. Senpo Mokuton, Shin Jusaman Canon, Sage Art would release, the true 11-headed canon. She wasn't sure what had just happened. Her master and his guests had stayed in the grand cave below Otogakure's largest hidden base, doing something which even she could not distinguish. Whether she was an exceptional sensor or not, the ominous chakra was simply indecipherable. And after several days, it just vanished. Taking this as a signal, she prepared the underlings for their master's return, when they would assist him in adjusting his new body according to his preferred specifications. But first, their guests would have to leave. The tall man was imposing, and had chakra reserves that were among the oddest she had ever seen. It was as if he had 5 different sources of chakra. Perhaps that explained why he was so much stronger than the usual shinobi, even if one took his S rank into consideration. Kakuzu, Orochimaru had said he was named. Karen knew well that her master had warned her about the man, that Kakuzu would murder just about everything if it got him money. With the sole exception of Takigakure, the village which he had betrayed, those he was willing to slaughter even without monetary compensation. The other one was equally odd. She had not seen Zetsu arrive, but even from here she saw how the body was composed of 2 different chakras. It was as if the left half was a completely different person from the right one. However, the side that felt so cold and evil seemed to be more akin to a parasite, being reliant on the life force of the other half. She was never sure whether Zetsu was one individual or 2. Perhaps they were similar to Sakon or Nukon, Karen could not tell. Zetsu was too foreign, too alien and inhumane, for her to make assumptions like that. But it was not Zetsu that worried her, nor was it Kakuzu, despite the power the old bounty hunter held. No, as peculiar as these 2 were, it was the third guest, the youngest, that worried Karen the most. Kuno Mori, wielder of the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, was a person whose talents Orochimaru had praised, but Orochimaru had also conceded that this Kekkei Genkai was the most difficult to obtain. Karen knew that her master would have rather gotten an Uchiha body for his purposes. She had personally conducted research on the collection of Sharingan which Orochimaru had obtained after Uchiha Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan, before he had put an end to his own life. Every time they had attempted to integrate a Sharingan into Orochimaru's body, the tissue had perished. Something about the chakras of her master and the previous person who had worn the Sharingan made it impossible for him to implant the eye. Orochimaru and Kabuto had theorized quite a bit on how to obtain the Sharingan, despite the facts that the entire Uchiha clan had been reduced to history, and that the only known person with a successfully transplanted Sharingan had perished. At that point, Zetsu had shown up. Why the plant-like man? Was it ever a man? Karen could not tell. Wanted to have the body of Uchiha Madara was a mystery to her. But Zetsu had supplied tissue. Karen could never forget the stunned expression which Orochimaru had had at that point, and they had started to recreate the body of the most legendary Uchiha of them all. It was not rebirth, mind you. No, whatever Zetsu was planning, he only needed a body, and Orochimaru had complied. Together with Kabuto, and later also Karen, they had completed their task. They had kept it a secret from Zetsu, of course, as Orochimaru rather wanted to use the opportunity to gather more data on the Uchiha and their Kekkei Genkai. Progress was slow, but Karen had hopes that they would one day succeed. Secretly, she hoped she would be the one to find the answer. That way, Orochimaru would praise her, rather than Kabuto. She really wanted to put that smirking bastard in his place, even though she knew that she was powerless to defeat Kabuto in a direct confrontation. Yet, in spite of their slow progress, Orochimaru had been overjoyed when another lost Kekkei Genkai had resurfaced, Mokuton, the legendary ability through which the Shodai Hokage, Hashirama of the Senju clan, had fundamentally changed the way their world operated. But now that she had seen him up close, Karen wondered why Orochimaru even thought of stealing Kuno Mori's body. She had never sensed such a chakra before, ever. It was so full of life, so potent, that it almost blinded her. It was that blinding chakra which had darkened. For some reason, that chakra he had deep within him came to the surface, but in a twisted and mutilated form. His light had faded, his chakra corrupted, and before she fully realized what he had done, Karen had barged into the cave, wanting to warn her master. It was perhaps the greatest mistake she had ever made. He had created 3 demon-like wooden soldiers, wrathful and terrifying creatures, 7 feet tall, with a blue-black skin. Their eyes glowed red, all of them. The Gozan's Mayao had 3 faces on each head. There was one expressing suffering, and one expressing sorrow, but the one in the front expressed an unfathomable rage. This central face had 5 eyes, glowing red like embers, while the other 2 on the side of its head had 3 eyes each. The faces, however, were not the most terrifying aspect of the creatures. No, the most terrifying was the 8 arms each construct had, each with beast-like claws that were designed for only one thing: slaughter. Karen was already running before the 3 Gozan's Mayao even began to move. She knew this was bad, extremely bad, because Kunomori was amassing chakra for something far greater. There were quantities of chakra which even her master could only dream of. So, she ran. She ran, ignoring the cries behind her. The Gozan's Mayao were tearing through the shinobi of Otogakur, butchering them, as if they were nothing more than cattle. Injuries could not stop them, fire could not set them ablaze, and all who got too close to the wooden demons perished. Karen noticed their victims died even when only suffering flesh wounds. This told her that the claws of the demons had been coated in some kind of poison, a poison effective even against Orochimaru's minions. What I did was probably pointless, but still. I had to try. Opening the door of Juugo's prison was a dangerous tactic, but the further Karen ran away, the more distant the sounds of combat became. She allowed herself a moment to catch her breath, opening her inner eye, watching how Juugo, in all his transformed glory, was struggling against 2 of Kunomori's demons. The other was causing a bloodbath among the prisoners, used and unused experimental subjects alike. Kakuzu's chakra signal quickly passed through the battle zone, though. In passing, he tore through one of the Gozan's Mayao, but ignored the other one in Juugo. Whatever he was aiming for, Karen decided to scram. Kakuzu was partnered with Kunomori, so perhaps he too had turned against Orochimaru? None of that mattered, though. Kakuzu was close to her, moving far faster than Karen would ever be able to, but her worries about him aiming to kill her were irrelevant. Because, before Kakuzu could even lay a finger on her, the ceilings collapsed. Dust filled her lungs, and through her inner eye she saw something enormous emerge from the cave that was their cellar. Fear blinded her mind, and the last thing she saw were the tons of rock above her that came down. Dust, rocks, boulders. He was not pleased at all. But, he had survived. It had cost him a heart, but Kakuzu had survived the collapse of the Otogakur base. Whatever that brat is thinking, I'm going to kill him, he growled, struggling to stand up. Once he succeeded, he dusted himself off and tried to figure out what was happening. Kakuzu had seen a few Jinchuriki during his lifetime. He had even witnessed some of the Baijuu. Last, but definitely not least, had been Yagura, after the former Mizukage had unleashed the Sanbi on them. The Baijuu were impossibly strong creatures, and huge. Kakuzu had not expected there to be anything larger than the Baijuu. And yet, here he stood. Amidst rubble, amidst expanses of crystal, mostly shattered to fragments, Kakuzu saw something that surpassed everything he had ever seen. It was a man-like wooden statue, taller than any Baijuu, with 2 mighty arms. It seemed almost peaceful, as it sat in a lotus position, holding its massive hands as if in prayer, but Kakuzu knew better than that. He had experienced the wood dragons that Hashirama could create firsthand, and had seen Naruto do the same thing. Whatever this Buddha-like statue was, Kakuzu knew that it was not just big. This is dangerous. That it is. Our little boy has become so big. All that strength. If he directs his hatred against Konoha, this could be fun. We could also blame pain for Ajisai's unfortunate death, can't we? Perhaps, but we should go with the story we crafted now. The longer he believes that those silly girls were traitors conspiring with and betrayed by the leaf, the better. Let him destroy Konoha first. Konoha isn't as easy as Kirigakure, after all. It was you. Kakuzu's eyes widened. You killed that girl, you made him do this. Isn't it wonderful how easy it is to manipulate people who are blinded by anger? It broke through the ceiling, through the tons of rock that were between it and the surface, but it wasn't even faltering for a second. Like a man wading through water, the statue rose up to the surface. Orochimaru saw everything crumble. His laboratories, his subjects were buried underneath the rock. Only because of his jutsu, Orochimaru had escaped. The task of hiding in the surface was complex, especially when the soil through which one traveled was in a state of change, but he had managed to get out of the collapsing base. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto had also escaped. What is happening? Did Akatsuki betray Otogakuer? Only one of them, Orochimaru hissed, pointing at the enormous wooden statue. It sat down as if calmly praying to the gods, almost tauntingly. Its eyes were shut, but the Jusuman cannon had more than one face. As its moniker suggested, it had 11 heads. At least, the cannon had 11 heads atop his crown, all donning different expressions, but all eyes seemed to be searching for something. On top of its crown, amidst the circle of the 11 heads that made up the crown of the Jusuman cannon, Naruto stood. His eyes still held that red glow. Atop the cannon, out of their reach, he had every opportunity to replenish the energy that he had lost at the creation of the Jusuman cannon. Each of the 11 heads was as high as he was tall, and those 11 heads only were comparable in size to the eyes of the main head, the one on which the crown rested. Such was the size of the jutsu, tall enough to put a Baijuu in its shadow, strong enough to flatten even the skyscrapers of Amigakure. It was a being born out of the suffering and pain within Naruto's heart, one which would protect and bring salvation. Fed chakra through him, energy derived from nature. Naruto didn't know how insanely much chakra it would consume to get the statue standing up and walk it around. Keeping it in its seated position seemed like the best option right now. Kushios no Jutsu. Orochimaru expanded a great amount of chakra to summon Manda as well as a three-headed snake which was nearly as enormous as Manda. Not that either of the snakes compared to the statue in terms of size. But they were fast. Faster than Jusuman cannon could move, or so Orochimaru hoped. Even Manda did not waste words, losing the urge to complain about being summoned upon seeing the wooden giant. Shooting out, the three-headed snake lunged for the statue's arms, while Manda prepared to strangle its neck. "Tear those things asunder," Naruto commanded with his inhuman voice. The Jusuman cannon responded immediately, following its creator's command. The three-headed snake, having each head peculiarly decorated with red scarf around the base of its necks, was hit first. The palm of the left hand grabbed the poor creature, lifting it from the ground as if it weighed nothing. Draped around its neck, Manda could only watch as the three-head snake screamed out in pain until all its movements ceased, the yellow eyes on all three heads crying out in blood. The palm of the left hand elevated mortal souls to the afterlife, injecting a chakra that bound their physical bodies, a chakra that, when reaching a certain point, blossomed in a deathly poison. The body would reject itself, then would organs fail, the brains wither, and the eyes bleed out. Only a symbol, glowing in the same crimson light as Naruto's eyes, on the back of the statue's left hand was an indication of the death it brought. It was the lotus, the symbol of ascension to the Pure Land, the afterlife. But such was not the power of the right hand. The right hand of the Jusuman cannon only had one simple function. It removed everything that could cause fear, it protected. The right hand enclosed Manda's head, and just when the snake feared that it would perish like his brother, the massive snake, although seemingly feeble in the hand of the even bigger statue, disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Fear not was what the right hand symbolized. As such, it rejected that which caused fear, and ninjutsu were instruments that brought fear, being the corruption of its original purpose. Ninjutsu was the weaponized form of an energy which was once meant to connect. But in its greed and malice, humanity twisted that force to something which divided, rather than connected. The Jusuman cannon could not tolerate that. It is powerful, Orochimaru-sama, but it is relatively slow. And the greatest vulnerability is that it leaves the user unprotected, Kabuto analyzed. Shall I attack? Yes. I will prepare my next jutsu. Orochimaru hurried away from the statue, and with a power that one would not expect from someone with his current stature, he dug his way through several boulders. Ah, good. Oh Orochimaru-sama, Karen could not feel her legs, but she had struggled to get out nonetheless. Her resilient Uzumaki life force was undoubtedly what pulled her through, despite the fact that her legs were crushed and broken, with the lower left leg even missing altogether. Please. Please. Orochimaru smiled wickedly. You want to be rewarded for your survival? You definitely served me longer than I would have expected, Karen-chan. But alas, all good things come to an end. He summoned some kind of coffin, which stood vertically, taller than Orochimaru himself. Now, let us commence the ceremony. I thank you for your loyalty, Karen-chan. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Orochimaru's grin widened. No. Not. Edo-tensei. Please. Ah, but without Uchiha Madara, I might even perish, Orochimaru snickered. After what the Sandaime Hokage did to my arms, you and I both know that my combat ability is not what it used to be. I will need a more capable puppet too. Hello. Madara isn't your puppet, Orochimaru. Zetsu-san, what a pleasant surprise. And here I thought you had abandoned me. Only until you'd be forced to summon Madara. And you did that far sooner than we expected. White Zetsu said cheerfully. Our little boy has become so big. I'm so proud of Kunomori-kun. But we'll be taking Uchiha Madara from here on out. We thank you for your loyalty, Orochimaru-san. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Both halves of Zetsu laughed before they sank into the ground, taking along the coffin which contained the regrown body of Uchiha Madara, leaving behind a very frustrated Orochimaru. He, in turn, left Karen to bleed out, but only after sucking out what little of her chakra had remained. Naruto had to admit that his opponent was a slippery one, but it was foolish for him to engage Naruto here. Naruto had the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, he could manipulate wood in whatever way he wanted. Standing on top of a statue made of that substance was like having a massive arsenal at his immediate disposal. The young man with the spectacles might be strong, but his power was insignificant in comparison. He was like a pesky fly, however, in that Naruto failed to swat him. You have earned your position within Akatsuki well, Kunomori-kun, Kabuto spoke up. Not the one who was dodging Jusaman Cannon's left hand, though. No, this Kabuto stood behind Naruto. Oh, he uses the cage bunshine. What a cliché, Naruto growled, annoyed that the bespectacled shinobi underestimated him so much. One hand went up, and Kabuto wanted to dodge. Wanted to, but could not. His feet had sunk into the wood, which was holding him down. Naruto's hand stretched, and stopped in front of him. Earlier, you said you could heal from any wound, Naruto said with a sadistic grin. Heal from this. Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. The gust of air blasted him from the cannon's head, but Kabuto laughed nonetheless. Heal from that? Stop underestimating me. It is not the left hand you should be worried about. Unmoved, Naruto watched how the Jusaman cannon grabbed Kabuto. The clone was still distracting the lethal left hand, but the right hand was working just as well. You are weak, but gain endurance through ninjutsu. I wonder what happens when you cannot use your jutsu. Kabuto struggled, but the massive hand did not budge. The arm moved up. The arm moved down. With a sickening crash, the right palm was plunged into the ground. The palm connected to his body, Kabuto could not use any ninjutsu. His broken and flattened form was left as a silent memento of the battle that was waged here. His death, while too quick to make him suffer for all the horrors he committed, was definitive, and the clone dispelled. That was the moment Orochimaru used. Shoten might not be as powerful and flexible as Mokuton, but nevertheless it was able to crystallize anything. The cannon shed off its right arm as the wood it was composed of was turned into crystal. It was merely a distraction, though. If Kabuto was fast, Orochimaru was definitely faster. Before Naruto could react properly, the snake was already near the neck of the statue. The 11 heads that crowned the cannon opened their mouths in perfect synchronicity and Orochimaru was hit by the dust that came out of the 11 mouths. Naruto wondered why the man screamed all of a sudden. Then again, he had barely understood how he had made this cannon statue. He had just done it. He knew the form, yet the mechanics behind it were all just a fluke? All he knew was that he wanted Orochimaru to suffer for his crimes. What he had done to Guren was already unforgivable, but the way he had tried to profit from Ajisai's death. Ajisai's death. Naruto still did not want to believe it. He had seen her die through Zetsu's ability to record events. Could Zetsu be trusted? No, of course not. But Naruto could not see any reason why Zetsu would put him up against Konoha, towards which he was already hostile. No, if he indeed knew about Ajisai, Zetsu would either kidnap her or otherwise make sure that he could harm her whenever Naruto wouldn't obey his orders. Besides, considering how weak those clones were, Zetsu would never have been able to harm her. Not while being present for the entire 3 days that it took to seal the Nanabi. So even when he did not trust Zetsu, he could not see how he could be responsible for what happened to her. Unless it is all fake. But why? What point would it serve? The uncertainty and fear only enraged him further and further. Pain. If this was the growth Pain was talking about, Naruto did not want anyone to experience it. Ever. He'd rather die 1,000 deaths than have to experience this pain. Nothing about this made him feel anything but rage. Konoha would burn for what it did. Was this the peace that Pain and Konan wanted? It was not that Naruto cared about that piece anymore. His reasons for willingly cooperating with Akatsuki had died with Aisi. And right now, Naruto did not feel like they could force him to do anything either. I will capture those treasonous rats that killed her. I will break them, one by one, until they beg me to grant them death, Naruto whispered, while his eyes changed slowly. Not only did they glow red, the pupils also became slit, like that of an animal. The anger, the pain in his heart, called out for blood. And his chakra responded. He did not even think how his reserves had suddenly expanded like that. After Konoha is burnt to ashes, a Megakure will follow. Pain and Konan were supposed to keep her safe. The price of their failure will be paid in blood. But, first things first. Orochimaru had wanted to defile Ajisai's corpse and soul with one of his accursed jutsu. The man deserved more than being burned. Naruto did not know how the dust which the statue had emitted earlier was burning the man, though. It seemed akin to the time he had experimented with the manipulation of fungi spores that had resulted in a corrosive cloud of dust, although its effects back then hadn't been nearly as drastic as this. Still, whatever pain Orochimaru now suffered, it was insufficient. Naruto wanted Orochimaru to feel as much pain as he felt right now. The left palm of the Jusuman cannon came down, and Orochimaru could only barely dodge. Naruto was enraged by his elusive opponent, but Orochimaru was in a worse state than he knew. Guren's body was suffering from the dust which the cannon has spewed at it. The matter of why was something beyond Orochimaru's understanding. How could this boy have such chakra reserves? Why had Zetsu suddenly betrayed him? There were so many questions, but between the pain caused by the burning dust and the utter lack of time, as he was dodging repeated strikes, Orochimaru had neither the opportunity nor the capacity to figure out how this entire situation had suddenly gone to hell like this. The Jusuman cannon was not fast, at least not by S-rank standards, but its size made it difficult to fight. The Shotenkeke Genkai was practically powerless, unless Orochimaru expended massive amounts of chakra. But where the boy barely broke a sweat, Orochimaru felt the end of his reserves approaching. To make matters worse, this all happened in a body which he had only recently acquired. Without the proper procedures, the body had not been adjusted to tolerate such quantities of chakra. Not that it mattered, the burning sensation continued. No Suten Jutsu could end it. Not even his unique style of Kawarimi no Jutsu, where a new body crawled out of the mouth of the old one, changed anything. The body was only momentarily restored, but it kept eroding. As if the cloud of corrosive spores had somehow burned itself into his chakra. Panting, Orochimaru never saw the hit coming. The impatient Naruto had jumped down in order to engage the snake Sennin, who had become slower and slower, in close combat. For a moment, Orochimaru had the hope that this would render the giant statue motionless, but that hope soon showed itself to be false. The devious Mokuton user had left a clone to govern the statue. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Orochimaru sank into the ground, planning to escape. Only to be dragged up the surface. You honestly did not think the ground would be a safe place for you to hide from me, did you? Naruto tied the legs of the Sennin with vines and tree branches. The left hand of Jusuman cannon moved down, aiming for the tied down Orochimaru. With no way to escape, defense was the only option left. Kushios, Rashomon. A large and menacing gate rose from the ground, offering the strongest defense which Orochimaru had. He would rather have summoned 3 of those gates, but no longer had sufficient chakra to do that. But even a single gate was capable of stopping many of the most powerful jutsu in existence, or so Orochimaru believed. The demonic face on the gate broke like a twig. While large, while strong, the gate was powerless against Naruto's Jusuman cannon. Out of options, Orochimaru shed Guren's body. It was such a waste, as the Shotenkeke Genkai was as powerful as it was rare, but what good could the girl's body do if he died along with it? A large, white snake emerged, charging at Naruto. The snake, consisting of countless little white snakes, was what constituted Orochimaru's true body. It was not truly a body, however, as it was more spiritual than anything to do with the physical realm. This made Orochimaru practically invulnerable. This gave him the chance to aim for the body he wanted in the first place. The Jusuman cannon's left hand enclosed Guren's body, too slow to alter its target, and killed the body. Naruto could swear he saw a faint smile, one of gratitude, on Guren's face. Orochimaru gave him no chance to properly witness her final moments, but Naruto felt glad he had freed her and given her peace in the afterlife, with Yukimaru. Naruto barely felt Orochimaru's teeth sink into him. It was a seemingly futile attempt. With the bite, however, the battle shifted to another place, a battle for another price. A battle between wholly different players. 3 years without any visitors, and then he feeds me a snake. Oh well, I guess I should not be too picky, a deep, dark voice chuckled darkly. And now that you humans have given him so much hatred, the boy will soon be mine. Chapter 10. Revenant. The Jusuman cannon's left hand enclosed Guren's body, too slow to alter its target, and killed the body. Naruto could swear he saw a faint smile, one of gratitude, on Guren's face. Orochimaru gave him no chance to properly witness her final moments, but Naruto felt glad that he had freed her, and given her peace in the afterlife with Yukimaru. Naruto barely felt Orochimaru's teeth sink into him. The Jusuman cannon grabbed the snake's white body immediately afterward. Spiritual or physical, the statue's chakra would seep into it. It would infest Orochimaru, until he reached the point where it overpowered him. At that point, death was inevitable. Ever since the bite, however, the battle had shifted to another place. A battle for another price. A battle between wholly different players. 3 years without visitors, and then he feeds me a snake. Oh well, I should not look a gift horse in the mouth, a deep, dark voice chuckled darkly. And now that you humans have given him so much hatred, the boy will be mine. Orochimaru did not arrive in the realm where he was supposed to be. Where were the fleshy pods, where his past victims resided? Instead, he found himself in a damp and vast hall. Behind the massive prison bars, Orochimaru saw a barred-off door. Roots grew into the room, through that door. The voice, however, came from another direction. Orochimaru looked up and saw the last creature he'd ever expect to see. You. But you. That boy. He is Uzumaki Naruto, my living prison, yes, the demon fox replied, amused by Orochimaru's shock. I do not yet know what you humans did to him, but you've broken him far enough down for me to affect his mind. Finally, I must say. The stronger he grew, the more chakra he came to drain from me. The fool wasn't even aware of it, as his accursed Mokuton Kekkei Genkai completely suppresses my influence, while his heartless attitude didn't help much either. He lacks the hatred for me to turn him. But now that his light has dimmed, now that his heart has been darkened with anger, times will finally become more interesting. Soon, his body will be mine. Soon, his Kekkei Genkai will be mine. And then nothing in the world is going to stop me. With 9 tails swirling through the air, and claws capable of flattening mountains, the chakra was so overwhelming that it paralyzed even the likes of Orochimaru. The beast's jaws closed, and Orochimaru of the Sannin was no more. 2 is already 1 too many, but having 3 of you petty humans here would be intolerable. Hurry up, Choji. The blonde Yamanaka was anything but patient. Tapping her feet on the ground, she barely managed to stop herself from snapping at him. He might have been the one to carry their prisoner and source of information, but it was no excuse for him being so darn tardy. Perhaps we should put up camp, Shikamaru yawned. We've been running all day. Some exercise is good for you, you damn sloth. Ino growled. Choji's tardiness was annoying enough as it was, so she could not endure Shikamaru's laziness on top of it. We need to keep moving. She'll need to be brought to Konoha. If she dies. I thought you fixed her up, Shikamaru shrugged. All I'm saying is that keeping up this pace is going to do us more harm than good, especially you, Ino. You were barely recovered from poisoning before we started this mission. Ino is right, Asuma stopped Ino from protesting. The girl might die if we don't reach Tsunade-sama soon enough. And considering how she knows about Naruto being Kunomori, she might have more information as well. She's valuable. She might lead us to Naruto-kun. Okay, fine, Shikamaru drawled. Troublesome woman. Ino resisted the urge to hit him, instead focusing her efforts on the injured girl whom they were transporting. A day ago, they had been near the border between Hai no Kuni and the territories of Amigakure. Tsunade had sent them there with hopes that they might find some clue as to where Naruto was going and from where he had come. Retracing his steps had led them to that place. Then, Ino, the one with the sensory abilities among the 4, had noticed a battle nearby. Unable to determine who was fighting, Asuma had agreed to check it out. Ame was highly isolationist, so if this was a chance to learn something about them, it might be worth it. Sadly, they had come too late. While Ino couldn't say what kind of jutsu the assailants had used, they had completely vanished the moment Team 10 had come close. All they had found were 2 dead kunoichi, and 1 bordering on death. The green-haired girl had feverishly muttered something about Kunomori, Ajisai, Zetsu, and Naruto, before she had lost consciousness altogether. Two of the names sounded alarms with them, but only Ino paid attention to the name of Aisi. Naruto had mentioned her, Aisi, Ahi-chan. Ino admitted to herself that it was a bit petty that she felt jealous at the way he had uttered that name, but she couldn't help it. And here was this green-haired and heavily injured girl, knowing a combination of three names which only very few could be aware of. It was unfortunate that they had needed to hurry, but only seconds after they entered the scene, Ino had felt shinobi from the direction of a Megakure approach. Picking up the girl and hurrying away was the only thing they could do. Being a student of Tsunade, Ino did not have much trouble patching up the superficial wounds of the green-haired girl, but the internal injuries were more difficult to treat. The poor girl had been stabbed numerous times, leaving myriad internal injuries. Out here in the field, Ino did not know where to begin operating on the girl, nor did she have the proper equipment for such a complex surgery. Hurrying back was the best option. They needed to rescue the girl, and find out what happened to Naruto. How was Akatsuki controlling him? How had he lost his memories? Why was one of the dead kunoichi wearing a ring of his making? Was that a means to control him? Ino wanted to investigate it, but Shikamaru was correct. Doing such things should be done in a laboratory. Doing it out here would only risk the contamination of what little evidence they had. It was hard, very hard, but in order to get Naruto back, Ino knew she had to be patient. They woke up late, considering that the sun was already up. Or at least, Naruto woke up late. Aisi was already awake. Then again, she always was. Naruto loved to have a good sleep, while Aisi was always up early. Naked as the day they were born, she lay next to him in their bed. With her leg intertwined with his, her head rested on his chest. I overslept again, Ahi-chan? I think it is a little past 9, so no, Aisi had smiled. Naruto could not see it, but he could feel the happiness radiating from her. You were supposed to leave today, but you weren't given a time, right? I'd rather not leave at all, Naruto had sighed. It is odd. Finally I find a reason to fight, and now I wish I don't have to fight anymore. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? You, Ahi-chan, he had gently squeezed her butt, getting a surprised squeal from her. You know, I never had a reason to do anything, never had a purpose. I simply woke up one day, not remembering who I was, or who I had been. I joined Akatsuki because Zetsu and Kakuzu gave me no other option. They were strong, I was weak. I had no idea how to control my Kekkei Genkai, they were the only ones who could offer guidance. Alone, I would never have found out how to control my element. But now you do. Yes. Emotions were the key. The heart. For over 2 years, I have lived an empty life. I had no goals or desires other than being free from what others told me to do. But even that was mere emptiness. I killed people as easily as I drew breath. For money, because Kakuzu told me to, because Zetsu told me to, because Akatsuki wanted it. I was treated like a tool, even though I hated it. But the worst thing is that I actually acted like a tool. He kissed Aisi on top of her head, enjoying the smell of her hair. But all that is in the past. You taught me what life is about, Ahi-chan. Before, I was merely wandering in the dark. I never had any attachment to anyone. Unless you'd count the intention to kill as an attachment, I suppose, which makes Kakuzu the closest thing I had to a friend. Before you, I never knew why others would cling to life so desperately. Now I know. You're overestimating me, my love. I'm just me. Exactly. But you are overestimating me, Ahi-chan. Compared to you, I am nothing but a meaningless tool. Flatterer. She moved up, straddling him. Kissing him. If you're going to leave today, I want more of you. And your tool, she grinned mischievously. Even after last night? Naruto chuckled. I'm sore anyway. It's your responsibility to make me feel good again. The soft sounds of bristling paper woke him from his reminiscences. So you've come. Naruto did not open his eyes, nor move in any other way to acknowledge her arrival. A tear ran over his cheek. He had never thought that memories could cause such pain. For the first time he wondered whether losing the memories of his first self wasn't actually a blessing. Thinking about Aisi hurt him. Yet, at the same time, those memories were the most valuable things he had, the last remnants of color in his life. What will you do when Pain-sama brings peace to the world? Aisi asked innocently. It was clear to Naruto that none of Pain's subordinates really knew the details of his plans. This was not really surprising, considering the chaos Pain wanted to unleash on the world. After I'm done with Akatsuki, Naruto pondered. They had both washed up and gotten dressed, but after that long night something had fundamentally changed between them. Ajisai had laid down her last defenses, and Naruto, he thought he finally had come to understand why people cherish life. I claimed you, right? Whatever future I have, it will be shared with you, Ahi-chan. After Akatsuki, it will just be you and me happily living our lives in a world without war, I promise. Their shared future, what a bitter joke that had become. Konan, considering how you've sent a clone of yourself all the way here, I trust that what Zetsu told me is true? Zetsu told you? Konan frowned slightly when she heard the cold voice. I don't know how or why he knew, but yes. Ajisai and her team. How? I can't say for sure. Konan hesitated a little. She looked around, wondering how Naruto filled the entire field with purple flowers. A literal memorial to Ajisai, she presumed, but never had she thought him to be capable of such things. Combining the chakra control to manipulate such delicate flowers with the size of the field. It worried her. My men reported a group of Konoha nin fleeing the place. Why were they there? I wanted to keep an eye on her, of course. I promised you to keep her safe, and... Not them, Naruto growled. Ahi-chan. Why was she at that accursed place? Did you send her into a trap? Naruto's voice went cold. He was trained to be an emotionless bounty hunter, but his old indifferent attitude paled in comparison to his current rage. Trap? No, Konan blurted out. The subject made her feel conflicted. Thinking about it was bad enough, never mind talking. Pain. I was worried he might want to use Ajisai. You are expecting me to believe that Tenchi-sama disagreed with Kami-sama? I once knew love too, Konan admitted. I too felt this. Pain. Konan. If you, Pain, or anyone within Amiga has something to do with her death, Naruto turned to the woman, the look in his eyes sending a chill up her spine. If Ahi-chan died because of you people, no god or angel can help Amiga. You should not utter such words, Kuno Mori-san. Why should I care? Naruto laughed bitterly. Because I fear for my survival? Because I care for a future of this world? The one person that I cared about was taken away from me. I don't care what happens to me, Konan, but heed my words, her death will not go unpunished. It saddens me to see that the boy whom Ajisai loved would fall so deeply. Fall, Naruto's bitter smile evaporated. Fall, you say? Pain would force people to evolve, is what your beloved God said. Pain means nothing, Konan. You know it, and now I know it too. Pain is meaningless without something that transcends such a foolish notion. Without love, no pain could be felt. Randomly spreading pain will not change a thing. Fear will not change a thing. Humans can only evolve through pain if, and only if, they feel love. Ajisai taught me to care, to love, and now she unwillingly taught me pain. So go. Go back to Ame. Go and tell your God that I have evolved. Tell him I see the folly of his path. Konan almost lost her footing when Naruto elevated from the ground. A plateau grew, lifting him up. A plateau that changed shape, until it formed the top of a giant's head, a giant whose head was crowned with 11 smaller heads. I see, I hear, I feel, Naruto announced. All the suffering around me. Go to your God, Konan. Tell him that I follow his plans. For now. But if he has anything to do with what happened to Ajisai, I promise you that I will be coming for him. And you. And all of Amiga Corps. I will come, and death will follow in my wake. Is this your rebellion? What would it take to destroy a god, Konan? Naruto turned away from her. The 11 heads twisted, revealing their true appearance to her. They were not the faces of gods. They were demons, born in suffering. Naruto mastered Mokuton through love, but ironically he had learned its ultimate form through suffering, the Jusaman Canon, the one who'd bring salvation. Bring salvation was exactly what Naruto would do, first of all by eradicating those who murdered Ajisai from this plane of existence. Their sins weighed heavily. Whatever future I have, it will be shared with you, Ahi-chan. Naruto knew that he was already beyond salvation, at least in life. Perhaps death would bring him peace. You will be getting in trouble, Kuno Mori-kun is very angry. Very angry indeed. Losing that girl he loved might be enough to push him over the edge. It is nothing I cannot deal with, Pain said indifferently. Zetsu met Nagato's Deva path, Yahiko's former body, just outside Amiga Corps. Nagato did not allow Zetsu to enter the high tower in which he resided, instead meeting him outside like this. Whatever Zetsu was scheming, Nagato did not think it to be necessary to let Zetsu know more than it already did. Perhaps, Black Zetsu remained perfectly calm. Pain had huge chakra reserves, yes, but Zetsu had also seen the angered Naruto destroy Orochimaru. But in his anger, Kuno Mori isn't some kind of rampaging beast. He remained calm, and completely outclassed Orochimaru. The man is dead, really dead as a parrot. Otogakure is a total loss, especially after Kuno Mori destroyed the entire main base. Kuno Mori-kun did not leave anyone alive, and with no curse seals on anyone alive, Orochimaru will not return. But we brought the body, according to the wishes of Madara-sama. I see, Pain narrowed his eyes. So that is why you snuck into the basement of my tower. You noticed that? As expected of our leader. Not knowing whether Zetsu was making fun of him or not, Pain simply dismissed the plant-like man and went back into his village. Kuno Mori was not a threat to him, Nagato realized. Mokuton or not, Kyuubi or not, the Rinnegan would subdue the boy. Especially now that he was busy preparing his trump card against the boy, Nagato knew he would be victorious. He had to be. Deva Path, the body that once had been Yahiko, was Nagato's preferred body to control. Bringing justice to the world through the body of his deceased friend felt like the right thing to do. Just like Hanzo had looked in disbelief, when the man he had killed stood in front of him, so would the world suffer at the hands of those who had been killed in senseless violence. His new Shikushoto, his animal path, would be no exception to that rule. Nagato turned his attention to the process of realigning the girl's body, so that the body would be able to endure his chakra, his dojutsu, and his chakra receivers. Only to find Konan standing next to the table, moving her hand through the girl's purple hair. Konan, you have returned. What are you doing, Nagato? Again, Nagato saw that peculiar look on her face. Why was she so deviant when it came to this girl? Even in death, this girl will bring peace to the world. Are you planning on provoking him? A battle with Kuno Mori has always been inevitable. He must perish for Akatsuki to succeed. Nagato. I thought Akatsuki was striving for peace. Konan frowned even more than before. Why would you seek such a pointless confrontation? I've seen him, I saw his power. Even for you, Kuno Mori-san will not be easy to defeat. Nagato's weak real body pointed at Ajisai's corpse. Which is why I use her. It would seem, though, that you still haven't seen the truth about Kuno Mori. Or should I call him Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki? Konoha's Jinchuriki did not perish. The Kyuubi is not going to reform. Zetsu and Kakuzu did something to him, changed him. Even the boy does not seem to know the truth. But in front of my eyes, the truth could not be concealed. Why did you think that I brought him here so he could train? The Kyuubi is the most powerful of the Baijuu, so studying its Jinchuriki before a confrontation seemed wise. Did you kill Ajisai? Why would I eliminate a prefect tool like her? She would have been far more valuable alive, Nagato frowned. If not for you, I would have kept her within Amigakure, making sure that she would be within my grasp the moment Kuno Mori, or Naruto, would have to be dealt with. The fool falling in love with her only made capturing the Kyuubi easier, disregarding the plans which Zetsu had. After all, Zetsu knows the truth, yet neglected to share it. So Zetsu eliminated her, Konan deduced. Because Ajisai became a threat to his control over Kuno. Naruto. Some unidentifiable tissue was found near the camp where they first engaged in combat. Considering the lack of footprints leading towards and from the grounds, it is safe to presume that whoever killed Ajisai and Fuyo were not the Konoha shinobi, whose traces only led to and from the place where the Kunoichi were killed. Those footprints did not indicate that they were involved in the battle. Nor can I see how they would have an interest in killing her. He was their Jinchuriki. True, but I highly doubt they would be aware of that. I doubt anyone but me would even notice the faint chakra traces of the Kyuubi. That is why I kept silent. Whatever Zetsu is planning, I will be able to defeat the Jinchuriki. Uncovering the plot would only lead to unnecessary complications. You're deceiving him. He agreed with my plan to bring peace, Nagato droned. He said that, even if he did not like it, it was the only way to prevent all this from repeating. Leaving him unaware would be merciful. Nagato. You cannot expect. If you keep playing with them, you will have to face the consequences, Konan grimaced. Neither one would appreciate these manipulations. They will both have to understand. Without sacrifice there will never be peace. How is it sacrifice when they cannot choose? Konan retorted. And what you are doing to Ajisai? We both knew that Yahiko would not mind, that he understood the importance of our cause. But she does not deserve this. She would have been honored to play a part in bringing peace to the world. You using her corpse to kill Naruto is not what she would have wanted. It is an insult, not an honor. But it seems you do not understand, Konan said, her disappointment clear to be heard, before turning around to walk away. Naruto is powerful. It begins to make sense to me, now that I know that he is a Jinchuriki. Even if it was only for a second, I felt the true depth of his chakra reserves, and it was overwhelming. Angering him like this will only make him more difficult to defeat. What you turn Ajisai into, it will force him over the edge. He might overpower one or two of my paths, and hurt Pain more than any warrior before him, but against all six, even he will fail, just like all those who preceded him. For your sake, I hope you are right. But for Ajisai's sake, I cannot involve myself in your battle against him. Nagato wondered why Konan was so obstinate about this matter. Was it because her history with Yahiko, that she sympathized so much with the dead girl? How pointless. Ajisai will shake Naruto, giving me the opportunity to take him down. He continued working on the corpse. The procedure to make it compatible with his chakra was a complex one. In essence, it required him to alter her genetic structure. After all, her Tenketsu would have to deal with a completely different source of chakra, one which was vastly more potent than what the girl was capable of enduring in life. Whether Konan was disgusted by it or not, Nagato would continue his plans. She would see the wisdom of his decision eventually, once she no longer blinded herself with these petty emotions and opened her eyes to the bitter truth of the world. Love is irrelevant. Only pain endures. Pain is irrelevant, only love endures, Naruto realized. For some odd reason, he believed Konan. He trusted that she had nothing to do with Ajisai's death. That did not mean Pain was not somehow involved, though. There was no way, Naruto believed, that Ajisai was a traitor like Zetsu had claimed. Was it possible that Zetsu had somehow falsified those recordings? But to what end? Those clones from Zetsu were far too weak to harm her, and Naruto could not imagine the vegetable cooperating with Konoha or Pain, for that matter. No, it seems unlikely that Pain would harm her. If it were Pain, he would have made sure that Ajisai stayed in Ame, where he could use her as a hostage in order to control me. Konan was right about that. Even if she was reluctant to admit it. Naruto could not say he really understood Konan. Why she seemed to pick his side, rather than Pain's, was something that confused him. He almost felt the regret in her, when she told him that Ajisai had died. Naruto guessed that she too lost the person she loved, which made her understand his pain, which had been the reason why she sympathized with Ajisai earlier. It had all been for nothing, though. Whatever future I have, it will be shared with you, Ahi-chan. Naruto sighed, and focused on his chakra again. He could feel Kakuzu, who was still in the cabin Naruto created yesterday. He was probably still pissed at him, Naruto guessed, not that Naruto cared. He had wanted to properly bury Fu and Guren, and after he had done so, Naruto had grown as many flowers as he could. It was a memorial to 3 girls, one whose life he had taken, one whose end he had failed to avert, and one who had died due to him. Guilt for Fu, regret for Guren, and a deep and all-consuming pain for Ajisai, that was what Naruto felt. The pain and anger had awoken a new source of power, and that was why Naruto had been meditating ever since he had buried Fu and Guren. He needed to find that source, before the chaos would unfold. If Kakuzu had taught him one thing that Naruto had taken to heart, it was that a shinobi should thoroughly understand his power before entering combat against strong opponents. Naruto had his own reserves, a disproportionately large amount of chakra, when compared to other shinobi. Only some of the S-rank shinobi, like Kakuzu, Kisame, and Pain, could compare to him in terms of chakra, because he could, beyond his own chakra, draw energy from nature, which expanded his reserves even more. Kakuzu now understood the difference, now avoiding a direct confrontation with Naruto. It amused him, knowing that his sensei was now too scared to engage him in direct combat. However, Naruto knew that the power he had shown against Orochimaru, the power which had frightened Kakuzu, was not merely a combination of his own power and that of nature. There had been a third source. Closing his eyes, Naruto dove into his own mind, Mindscape, or whatever it was supposed to be. Naruto had met the source of that power there before. It had not been an illusion, cast by that Yamanaka girl who had claimed to know him. That thing, that dark version of himself, had been something far more sinister. And if he wasn't mistaken. So you have come. After the battle against Orochimaru, how could I ignore you any longer? Naruto glared at his shadow self. Why don't you stop screwing around with your stupid riddles, and tell me who you are? I am you, the shadow laughed. Yeah, like I'd buy that, Naruto shook his head. Fuck that. You're not going to answer anything. I have to go out of this room, into the hall which that girl mentioned. That would be interesting. You are ready to enter your darkness, your personal realm of fade, I am sure. The first 4 and 7th are sealed, the 8 resides in Kumagakure, and the 6th is wandering somewhere in Kiri. Judging by the chakra you try to hide, you must be the Kyuubi. You are Uzumaki Naruto, the shadow faded away, his laughter lingering long after he left. Yeah, but who is Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto scowled. The ominous words which the shadow had spoken were something that still troubled Naruto, about how he would become someone whom Ajisai would not love. Naruto had no real problems with dying, not anymore, but once his soul went to the Pure Land, Naruto did not want to reunite with Ajisai after having changed into something she would not recognize. But vengeance, that would be something she would understand. For retribution, Naruto needed power. He was no fool, he had noticed that something was off about his other self, and he was well aware that this second source of chakra was highly unnatural. Aside from that, when he had gotten angry, he had subconsciously drawn in so much of that chakra that his Kekkei Genkai had not filtered it. The only comparable chakra which Naruto had felt was that of the Baijuo he had encountered. Moving out of the hall with the dense forest, which led to his connection to nature itself, Naruto walked through an odd sewer-like hall. It was completely overgrown with vines and roots, but Naruto could see strong metal tubes underneath, perhaps to transport water, he could not tell. Some doors were to be seen, some leading to empty places, some with strange mirrors, and one filled with images of Ajisai. He had been forced to leave this room quickly, his breath irregular and his heart beating wildly, his grief threatening to overwhelm him. He knew that if his theory was right, and he truly was Konoha's lost Jinchuriki, he could not confront the Baijuo with such a glaring weakness in his resolve. Such an unknown factor would be lethal during his battle against Konoha. I suppose it now makes sense why Zetsu tried to hide me from pain, or at least my true identity. Not to mention that it explains why Zetsu bothered to save my life. If I had not been a Jinchuriki, he would have just eaten me, just like all the other corpses he encounters. Naruto arrived at a door where the roots and vines were concentrated the strongest. He felt something ominous and massive hiding behind it, which made him wonder why he had never felt it before. Perhaps it was true that his Mokuton suppressed the chakra of Abju. This barrier in front of the door must have blocked off the beast's chakra, filtering what came through. Perhaps that Yamanaka girl somehow upset the balance. Perhaps the Kyuubi deliberately stopped hiding. Who knows? He must not be too pleased that I'm aiding the capture of his kin, Naruto frowned. Which must mean that he hates me, and wants to lure me into some kind of trap. Probably taking over my body, or attempting to break free. I guess this will be interesting. The vines and roots moved away at his command, and Naruto stepped into the greatest hall of them all, one containing prison bars larger than Naruto had ever seen. They were easily as thick and high as the largest naturally grown trees which Naruto had seen. Behind the bars, a massive creature was glaring at him. 9 mighty tails waved through the air, and the orange-furred creature let out a howl which temporarily deafened the boy. It was the Kyuubi no Yoko. A rain of blood flowed down when her throat was slit. Fuyo fell down, gurgling something inaudible before the light left her eyes forever. The ambush continued. She did not know what was going on. The 4 that had ambushed them earlier were suddenly backed up by a dozen white man-shaped creatures. Ajisai's panda summon had already fallen, and Ajisai herself did not look much better. Then, something pierced her back. In a crippling pain, she felt the power disappear from her legs, and blood flowed down. It was odd, she noted vaguely, that the warm liquid felt so cold on her skin. Or was it because she felt cold? She heard Ajisai scream something, but it all vanished into darkness when numerous stabs pierced her body. The pain, the sounds of battle, everything vanished. With a gasp she woke up, a bright light stinging in her eyes. She groaned, tried to move her arms, but found that she could not. "Do not be foolish, girl," a female voice resounded. The thunderous sound made her cringe. What a headache she had. Even her ill-fated encounters with alcohol had not caused such pain, she noted. She tried to talk, but only some weird kind of croak escaped her mouth. Under any other circumstance she might have laughed at the sound of her own voice, but not now. Not when her friends. Where? Where? Am I? Konoha, the same female voice answered. She blinked a few more times, slowly adjusting to the light. Next to her bed, she felt shocked when she noticed that her arms were tied. She saw a blonde woman standing, with a quizzical look. Leaf? Why? You are our prisoner, the woman glanced over the restraints. So, we will be the ones who ask the questions. Ino? A blonde girl came forth, bowing to the woman known as Tsunade-sama. Wasn't that the Hokage? She uttered something about a jutsu, but Tsunade shook her head in denial. You spoke about Kuno Mori, the younger blonde turned to her. Who are you, how do you know him? Kuno Mori? She blinked. Why? Answer our questions. After a pause, she began. My name is Swearin, I am a kunoichi from Amigakure. Hanzo-sama has an agreement with your village about. We don't care about Hanzo, Tsunade cut her off. Tell us, Swearin, how do you know Kuno Mori? Ino, I would prefer not to hand this girl over to torture and interrogation, that is why I brought you here. Tsunade turned to the younger blonde. We need answers, one way or the other. Your father trained you well, so I expect you to do your job, regardless of any personal feelings. Yes, Tsunade-sama. I would rather not involve other people, Swearin-san, Tsunade continued. Ino heard you talk about Kuno Mori, and his real name. This is not something I want to spread needlessly, but you will have to understand that if Ino cannot get the answers out of you, I will hand you over to someone who can. Why would Konoha be interested in Kuno Mori-sama? Sama? The younger blonde, Ino, blinked. Is that because he is part of Akatsuki? Swearin did not want to talk. She wanted to get out. She wanted to know what happened to Ajisai. Where is Ajisai? You were the only one who was alive when my team found you, Ino answered. The other two have died. Shinobi from Ame were approaching, so we could only take you with us, after I quickly closed your wounds. She gulped, trying to swallow away her tears. Showing weakness in front of the enemy was dangerous. But Swearin struggled. Knowing that she lost both her friends was difficult, very difficult, to process. I barely knew Kuno Mori-sama. Yet you knew his real name. I do. Naruto-kun came from Konoha, do you know that? Ino glared. I know that you know him. When you were barely conscious, you blurted out his name. So it is pointless to try to hide it. I only learned his name when we were ambushed, Swearin sighed. Her nose was itching, but her arms were tied. It was odd how her entire body was so ridiculously sensitive right now. What kind of medication had they forced into her? I only know Kuno Mori-sama a little. I don't care how well you know him, I simply want to know what you know. Ino impatiently tapped her foot on the ground. I can use my Shintenshin no Jutsu on you, and you are very weak right now. Trying to hide your knowledge from me is pointless. And yet you are a novice, Swearin smiled wryly. But if Ajisai and Fuyo both have died, I see no reason to hide what I know. Kuno Mori-sama came to Amigakure to train. He has the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, and from what I know, he needed a place where he could train without being disturbed. Why Ame? Why would Hanzo involve himself with Akatsuki? No, he wouldn't even submit to them, which must mean. Tsunade paused. When Swearin remained silent, Tsunade realized what was going on. So Akatsuki followed the will of the organization that died at Hanzo's hands. Hanzo is dead, and Akatsuki governs Amigakure. Ajisai was assigned to be Kuno Mori-sama's attendant. Swearin purposely avoided talking about pain. Whatever Konoha knew, Swearin was not planning to be the one who spoiled the secrets of Kami-sama. Ajisai was the one who knew him best. How well did she know Naruto-kun? Ino narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Well enough to know his name, Swearin chuckled weakly. Not sure why he kept it a secret. Perhaps because that Zetsu guy was targeting him as well. I do not know. Ajisai knew something about Kuno Mori, which was why Zetsu attacked us. How well did she know him? Ino repeated. She is dead now, Swearin scowled. What does it matter? It matters to me. Ino. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, the girl sighed. Please, Swearin, I need to know. He claimed her, Swearin frowned. Kuno Mori, or Naruto, took her as his wife-to-be. She felt confused when she saw the younger blonde react, and then realized that if he had been from Konoha. You loved him before he lost his memories, I take it? Naruto-kun was my. Yes. Sort of. Boyfriend. I think, Ino's lips trembled for a moment, but she quickly got hold of her emotions again. Tell me more. Well, only Ajisai knew his name. When those disguised clones attacked us, impersonating you and your team, one of them uttered his name. That was when Ajisai said that Kunomori was actually Naruto, Swearin recalled. It was also when she said that our attacker was actually someone called Zetsu. This Zetsu, whatever it was, talked about Ajisai being a threat, and declared that it wanted to manipulate Naruto. I don't know why, but Zetsu wants something different than what Akatsuki wants. Internal discord, Tsunade grumbled. So they are really using Naruto. I knew it. Naruto-kun said he had no memories. Ino looked at Swearin. What do you know about that? He was cold and distant at first, but seemed to get a little more approachable later on. Fuyo and I helped Ajisai a few times, when he wanted to experiment with new jutsu, but other than that we did not speak very often. He is someone vastly superior to Chunin like us. Even you, and you're the Hokage, aren't you? Swearin looked at Tsunade. That I am. It is not very surprising that Naruto is stronger than me. Him being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi makes his chakra reserves insane by default, Tsunade shrugs. And him mastering the wood release makes him even more formidable. Tell me, how does Akatsuki control him? I do not know. We can always get the answers from you, girl. Whether you believe me or not doesn't matter, Swearin smiled softly. He will come. He loved Ajisai, and if he thinks that you people killed her. Well, whether I die now or when he annihilates the village, it matters little. Why are you so eager to die? Ino frowned. Because I lost my family, and now my friends. And Amigakur is not very forgiving to the shinobi that get captured. I am already dead. And I'd rather not be tortured in Ame again. They'll want to figure out what secrets I might have leaked and I'd rather die than. Well, if you patched me up, you've seen how I look. I find it hard to believe that you think one person will be able to defeat an entire village. Sure, he was able to effortlessly defeat 2 squads, but he will not get past us that easily. You only say that because you don't know him, Swearin chuckled weakly. Ajisai said he grew stronger when the two of them fell in love. She said emotions made his Kekkei Genkai stronger. Imagine what his anger will do. But it is because someone else manipulated him, Tsunade retorted. Zetsu. Do you think he will believe you over Zetsu? Will he believe you, when you tell him the truth? Ino remarked sharply. If Naruto-kun knows you, would he believe what you just told us? Who knows? He can be ruthless, although Ajisai seems to have slowly changed him. Regardless, he didn't join Akatsuki just because he's monstrously strong. Swearin tried to gauge the two blondes. Were they toying with her? Were they serious? I think he once said he used to be a bounty hunter. What else are you hiding? Nothing, Hokage Dono. Swearin wanted to shrug, but in her position it was rather difficult. Not about Kunomori-sama, at least. I can tell you a few things about his skill, how he can summon a wood dragon, and those terrifying smaller human-like puppets. But if I am perfectly honest, I would only tell you not to engage him. He is too strong for you. Tsunade-sama, Ino looked at her teacher, who was pondering on what to do. If Swearin-san is telling the truth, wouldn't it be better if someone escorted her to intercept Naruto-kun before he attacks Konoha? Considering what we've heard, it seems unlikely that Zetsu hasn't told him about the ambush, and Zetsu will shove the blame on Konoha. And you volunteer Team 10? Tsunade grimaced. It is dangerous, Ino. Too dangerous for me to sanction an official mission. Besides, if he thinks that your team killed the girl he loved, he might just kill you before you even get a chance to talk to him. Kunomori-sama would be able to sense my chakra, Swearin supplied. But if an entire team escorted me, he might draw the wrong conclusion. I see. So you want me to set you free? Tsunade smiled wryly. No, you are too valuable as a source of information. We will wait for Naruto here. Ino, I will leave it to you to heal her to the point where you can safely inspect her mind. After that, report to my office. We will need all the information we can get before the other cage arrive here. Tsunade left the office before Ino could reply. Unfortunately for her, as she would have realized that Ino's expression spelled trouble. As unreasonable as Tsunade could be when it concerned Naruto, Ino could be even worse. Ino believed Swearin, believed that someone was manipulating Naruto. She had been patient enough. After years of sadness, months of uncertainty, she wasn't going to waste more time. Not even a summit of the Gokage would change her mind about that. Swearin gulped when she saw the mad glint in the blonde's eyes. Recklessness, perhaps, was a trait shared by more blondes. Tsunade risked an attack, but knew that it was the best way to unite the cage against a common enemy, and alliance would be an unprecedented thing in their conflict-torn world. At the same time, Ino defied Tsunade. But Naruto. Naruto stood in front of the mightiest of the 9 Baijuo. "Hello, Kyuubi," he said flippantly. "Fancy seeing you down here." "It has been a while, brat," the fox towered over the teenage boy, glaring angrily at the blonde. "So you have finally found your way here. I see you are not surprised that I am here. That stunt of yours with that shadow version of me wasn't exactly subtle. Did you think I would not realize that its chakra was exactly like that of a Jinchuriki?" Naruto grunted. "So this is why Zetsu used me. What better to use, than an idiot like you?" Said by the idiot who got himself sealed within a child, Naruto deadpanned. "You know nothing about that, brat. It wasn't like I was given a choice. Neither was I. And yet you called me an idiot. Listen, Kyuubi, why don't we just cut the crap and move on to what you really want from me? Freedom. Extraction kills the Jinchuriki, and I have no ambition to die. At least, not until after I avenge Ahi-chan. So I can't help you with that," Naruto drawled. "But what was that nonsense that you said about being the real me?" "It was not me who said that, brat. It was you. The real you." Indeed, Shadow Naruto stepped forth from behind the prison bars. While designed to imprison a giant like the Kyuubi, and regular human being could easily pass through. "I would suggest that you stop those petty tricks, Kyuubi," Naruto growled lowly. "I have no patience to deal with more of this shit. Don't worry. Old Furry isn't the one who controls me. I cannot die, dumbass. I already told you. The heart, separate, keeps life. I'm the real you, the true self that lies at the bottom of your heart, in that fated past where your memories have been hidden." With one movement of his hand, branches bound the shadow version of him. Naruto glared at his clone as he walked closer. The Kyuubi remained silent, seemingly interested by the scene in front of it. "Riddles. I'm fucking sick of people trying to manipulate me. Especially when they are as weak as you are. Strength has little to do with who I am. What do you think you are doing, though?" The clone suddenly broke the restraints. "I am the hatred you hold dear. I am your darkness. And you attack me? Fool. Why do you think I led you here? That useless old fox has an overabundance of hatred which I can use. You have hatred that I can use. In this place, I can never be defeated." A second set of branches shot out, at Naruto's command. "The real me. My darkness. It is like listening to pain all over again. Morons like you should just shut the hell up," Naruto raged. "What I do is not rooted in hatred, it is not rooted in darkness." Naruto's hand forced itself into the shadow's chest, piercing the flesh of his copy. To his surprise, the clone was actually solid, in spite of its appearance. "It is rooted in love. If you hold so much importance in your heart, then I'll tear it out of you." "Love? Hey, you think you can beat me because you're doing it for love? Misguided fool. You just granted me my victory." The shadow wavered, coughing out blood, and then disappeared. The heart waits, in the fade. Naruto felt as if a sword pierced his heart. Images, sounds, smells. All kinds of impressions filled his head, overflowing it, until it felt like his head was going to explode. The limbs, the torso, the head. All are here. All are here, to meet the heart. You have restored that which was cut asunder. You are rewarded. He was crying. Why was he crying? Oh, yes, he had bumped his knee. Some blood was running out of the ugly scrape. It stung and it hurt, so he cried. Worried turquoise eyes entered his field of vision. "Naruto-kun? Are you okay? What happened?" "It hurts, Ino-chan," he heard himself whine. Not the fall, but the words. "Ka-chan." Naruto-kun fell. "He's bleeding," the blonde called out. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun," the girl turned to him. "Ka-chan will fix your knee in no time." The 4-year-old boy sniffed, but nodded in agreement. The idea that his aunt would come and help comforted him. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.